Don't forget to like and subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. There is also a link in the description to my Patreon. It has Naruto fanfiction that cannot be posted on YouTube. There is some free content on there. So, you don't have to be a paying member to enjoy listening to excellent fanfiction. Chapter 36 Into the Light. Tsunade-sama. Sakura cried, thrusting open the doors to the Hokage's office and barging straight inside, her reservations over intruding in authorities' personal space completely forgotten. Yes, Sakura? Was Tsunade's curt answer. She seemed to detect enough urgency in her new apprentice's tone to bite back a typical, offhand comment. She lowered the papers in her hands and maneuvered the open flask on her crowded desk out of sight. Sakura pushed the stray, pink hairs away from her tear-stained face. She'd been so busy as of late that she hadn't had a chance to cut her hair. It had grown out past her shoulders. I had my first rotation in the palliative care unit this morning, she said, her lip trembling. Tsunade nodded knowingly and beckoned the girl to take the seat across from her. Sakura obliged and perched on the seat's edge while clasping her hands against her chest. A man was diagnosed with a terminal illness recently and, he's not taking it well. She swallowed. I mean, understandably, because of course he wouldn't, but... What did he do? Tsunade asked, cutting to the case. Sakura lowered her eyes and took a shaky breath. He screamed at his family. And at me. He blamed us for not recognizing the symptoms earlier, and for not giving him the care he needed. Tears welled up in her lower eyelids. She'd only begun her apprenticeship under the legendary Tsunade Senju 2 months prior, and despite her former resolve to devote her life to the medical arts, having a patient chastise her just when her abilities were beginning to blossom had taken a major toll on her confidence. But, to her surprise, and slight embarrassment, Tsunade's painted lips twisted into a smirk. You haven't encountered many grieving patients yet, I presume? Sakura lifted her head with a tiny rush of stubbornness. Well, not many up close, but I know all about grief. I've studied it and know the stages: denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and then acceptance. And that's exactly why I'm confused. He's angry. But last week, he was clearly depressed, and going on about how his life wasn't worth living anymore, but it's all out of order. My textbook. There's your issue. Huh? Tsunade sighed and rested her clasped fingers on her desk. Your textbook. Sakura felt her jaw drop. But all of my textbooks say. How? She spluttered. Sensing her pupil's disbelief, Tsunade continued. Grief is a strange thing in practice. We can speculate about it all we want, try to pick it apart and break it up into stages, but when it comes down to it, the experiences of a grieving person are too complex for that kind of thinking. Sakura nodded, on high alert. Whenever Tswanda imparted wisdom on her, she was particularly keen to commit it to memory. Some people skip stages, some people backtrack, and most people never reach the acceptance stage. I mean, think about it. Who says they should? Who says you need to accept a horrible diagnosis? A tragedy? These stages were designed for us to compartmentalize a complex phenomenon that we will never truly understand. A person may learn to live with their grief, yes, but acceptance might not ever come. I see, Sakura said quietly. But why is grief so different for each person? Tsunade shrugged. It's hard to say. I have a theory that grief brings out the realest part of a person, their true self, if you will. She gazed into the distance for a moment before locking eyes with her student once again. Don't treat this stuff like your textbook tells you to, is all I'm saying. Your fate doesn't have to be accepted. And as long as you're working for me, you mustn't forget that. I won't, Sakura replied. And she never did. You're on in 2 minutes. Sakura blinked at the unfamiliar face from her seat backstage. She could hear the third Hokage's voice, amplified by a microphone and sound system, droning on and on behind the black curtains ahead of her. She nodded to the public relations officer, a slender, dark-haired civilian woman wearing a navy suit and makeup that accented her angular features. "Now, you don't have to smile or anything," the woman reminded gently, while reaching out to smooth down Sakura's hair. A few pink strands had been caught in her forehead protector. "And don't take any questions." Sakura didn't respond. She knew she was incapable of doing either. The public relations officer continued, repeating words Sakura had heard time and time again. "We just need a medical representative to speak to the press. To provide some reassurance after, well." Her words trailed off as she busied herself adjusting the collar of Sakura's army green chunin vest. "And since that other woman refused." "Tsunade Senju," Sakura corrected, her voice broken and gruff. "Right. Tsunade. Since she refused to speak, and you're the next most knowledgeable of the current, state of affairs, we thought you'd make a fine substitute." Sakura stood and moved towards the curtain, growing agitated with the civilian's pointless banter. "I know," she muttered, a little rudely, and shoving her hands in her pockets to conceal their constant, relentless tremble. Sakura wasn't sure precisely when the war ended, but she imagined it happened some time while she was in the forest. After ignoring Tsunade's unsettling question about what she was certain had to do with the state of the world and her future life, she must have recognized the time travel scroll after all, and after Tsunade had left to rejoin the third Hokage and Jiraiya's fight against Orochimaru, Sakura addressed the group at large. "What should we do now?" she asked, and eyeing Karen's withering body apprehensively. If Tsunade couldn't figure out how to help this girl, she doubted she would either. The others shared her sentiments. "Some of us need to stay with her," Tenten said, biting her lip. "Shino and I can do it," Kiba interjected, on behalf of himself and his teammate. "Akamaru can hunt for a clear path to the hospital." His white dog barked in agreement. "All right," Shikamaru said, nodding pensively. "Since we don't know how many enemies are out there, let's take advantage of our strength in numbers. The rest of us should move together." Sakura, Sasuke, and Tenten exchanged glances and nodded. "What are we looking for? Battles that we can provide backup in?" Tenten asked, an anxious edge in her tone. "Let's target battle aftermaths," Sasuke suggested, his gaze shifting to Sakura, "and search for the wounded and disease victims." The obvious implication that Sakura would use her healing abilities to save them went unspoken. "Good idea," Sakura said while adjusting her black gloves. "Roger that," Pakin grunted. The small, brown dog stepped ahead of the others. "Follow my lead. I'll sniff out a safe trail." "Great," Shikamaru said, clapping his hands together dismissively. "Tenten and I will follow." "And you too." "We'll take up the rear," Sasuke interrupted, nodding curtly. Sakura sensed her teammate shift closer to her. The five of them set out immediately. It didn't take long for Sakura's mood to plummet from bad to worse. They passed body after body beyond the point of saving leaf, sand, and sound alike. Though she didn't recognize anyone, Sakura felt utterly helpless. She failed to save people from the very disease designed for her to cure. They were ambushed only once during their search by a quad of scavenging sand ninjas who didn't really seem to know who they were fighting for. They attacked in a desperate, uncoordinated frenzy, clearly under the assumption that they'd be killed if they didn't. Shikamaru, Tenten, Sasuke, and Sakura managed to incapacitate them at the expense of a few minor gashes and punctures. With a combination of Shikamaru's strategic abilities, Sasuke's skill with wires, and Tenten's impeccable knife-throwing aim, they pinned all four enemies to surrounding trees. Sakura exercised her brute force and served as a decoy while the others executed their plan. After all, there wasn't much else she could do now that her weapon holster was in shreds and clean empty. While Sakura patched up an injury on Shikamaru's forearm after the battle, Sasuke tossed a scroll in her direction and she caught it with her free hand. She examined it briefly and recognized it as a sealing scroll, before raising her eyebrows and shooting her teammate a questioning stare. "If I knew you were out of weapons I would have given this to you sooner," he said without detailing what exactly he had presented her with or making eye contact. "Keep it." Sakura shrugged and tucked the scroll into her medical pouch before turning her attention to the scrape on Tenten's calf. The remainder of their search was relatively uneventful and unsuccessful. They stumbled across 2 allies, only 2 out of at least 50, who Sakura was able to save. Once the blood oxygen-sucking parasites reached the brain, heart, or lungs, Sakura knew remedial efforts were futile. She could sense the others' restlessness as they watched her slide her glowing hands along diseased body after diseased body, and then close her eyes and shake her head dismissively. The landscape became notably more demolished with each cluster of trees they passed. Craters and freshly uprooted greenery spotted the terrain, and the scent of smoke and dust grew more potent. I wonder what caused this? Sakura thought uncertainly while she leaped over tree trunks that had been snapped clean in half. There was an uncomfortable tinge in her gut. Wait! Pakken suddenly cried amidst their search. Everyone get down! He hissed, while diving into the bushes just ahead. The others followed suit without question and coiled their bodies as best they could to fit into the scratchy tangle of pine. Sasuke's eyes bled crimson and he remained ahead above the others to keep watch. Raised voices and rough smacking and scuffling sounds became audible. Someone was getting manhandled. Sand ninjas, Sasuke breathed. Versus Konoha ninjas? Sakura whispered back and shifting into a more offensive stance. Sasuke shook his head. The other 3 directed their curious gazes towards him. Versus Gaara. What? Sakura gasped while stealing a glance at the scene. And, sure enough, Gaara was there and being restrained by members of his own village. He was suffering from numerous gruesome injuries. There was blood streaming down his face, the skin on his right arm singed black, and his legs barely stable enough to support his weight. Sakura fought her instincts to race towards him and offer her support. Gaara was an enemy in this world. And the sand ninjas weren't hurting him, just dragging him away. I think they're retreating, Shikamaru said, and exchanging looks with the others. Sasuke nodded. Maybe it's over. The worst part of the war was what came after it, finding out how the others fared. In the end, the Sand Village caught on to Sound's merciless plan to spread the disease as far and widely as possible, even at the expense of its allies. This had created the confusion over who was fighting who, and, ultimately, was what ended the war. Sound's betrayal of Sound had weakened the attackers enough to drive them out of Konoha. However, the enemies were not driven out soon enough to prevent Konoha, including many of Sakura's close comrades, from suffering immense casualties. Sakura was already aware of Hayate, the Kazekage, and Kankuro's deaths by the hand of Orochimaru's gruesome disease, but she was devastated to discover that Haku, who had still been unconscious after his 3rd exam match against Naruto, was caught up in the fray. His body was found in the arena and shipped to Kirigakure for a proper burial. Kabuto's body, on the other hand, vanished entirely, and whether or not he survived Sakura's maneuver during their match, or survived the chaos brought on by the ensuing fighting in the arena, was unknown. Thankfully, Hinata survived Gaara's attack and the severe hemorrhage in her leg. But her ninja career didn't. The bones in her leg were completely shattered by Gaara's sand, and she had years of rehabilitation ahead of her. Neji was the victim of another brutal casualty. He had been injured after his fight against Sasuke and might have lowered his guard in his desperate scramble after his cousin was attacked. Sakura still wasn't sure quite how it happened, but there was a terrible slash across his eyes and at least one of his Byakugan was damaged. Maybe indefinitely. In a similar vein, both Konoha and the Land of Waves lost civilians. A lot of them. And to make matters worse, at one point, while Konoha's troops were occupied in the area and surrounding forest, the hospital was attacked. Many of the wounded, diseased, long-term care patients, and medical personnel were killed, rendering the hospital short-staffed. The damage to the hospital infrastructure would take months to repair. Sakura's mother, who was undoubtedly a target from the outset, was one of the lucky ones. Their home was broken into by a squadron of sand ninjas near the start of the ambush, and with Sakura's father trapped in a lockdown at his office, and Sakura being in the arena, her mother had been alone there at the time. Mabuki was trampled and concussed, and woke up with a broken neck and shoulder, but ultimately, the injuries were what kept her alive. The intruders mistook her paralyzed body as dead and left her there, and though Sakura's mother would forever be traumatized and paralyzed from the waist down, never to walk again, Sakura was gracious it hadn't been sound ninjas with their disease-laced black Senbon who invaded her home. Then it would have been a whole other story. A short investigation after the war unveiled that Sakura had been right all along, that Orochimaru's disease not only had physical components, but also attacked the mind via genjutsu. Immediately upon infection, a genjutsu numbed the body so that victims only felt symptoms once the disease had spread substantially through the bloodstream. That explained why Ino only noticed any symptoms 2 days after she felt a sting in her calf, caused by a black Senbon in the forest of death. It wasn't that the symptoms weren't there, it was that her mind had been tricked into ignoring them. As a result of the outbreak, the researchers at hospital, or what was left of it, had copious samples to investigate the disease's microbial underpinnings and work towards developing a proper antidote. Despite their progress, there were still some unusual disease cases. Karen was trapped in a state of limbo, with the disease's promise of death on one end, and her body's unusual regenerative properties on the other. The two were in constant conflict and her body was rejecting all forms of medical intervention. Both Sakura and Tsunade had tried to help her and came to the regrettable conclusion that they had no choice but to wait, monitor her, and hope her healing abilities gained an edge over time. But the most unusual case of all was Naruto. He was infected during his fight against Gaara, the battle which most of the forest's utter demolition was attributable to. Sakura could only imagine that Gaara drew from the power of the one-tailed beast trapped inside him, and that Naruto might have summoned the giant toad, Gamabunta, like he did in her old life, but she couldn't be sure. Similarly to Karen, Naruto's inherent healing abilities, courtesy of the beast inside him, kept him alive, but barely. His body had been weakened so severely by the time it was found in the forest that its ability to serve as a vessel for the nine-tailed fox was hampered. His body was expending intermittent blasts of the fox's chakra, tearing apart 3 separate hospital rooms. Although Sakura had seen Naruto lose himself to the demon inside him numerous times in both of her lives, she had never witnessed anything quite like this. I wonder if something happened to the fox, Tsunade speculated with frustration. If, somehow, the disease was able to reach it. Sakura couldn't venture a guess. Either way, the disease was not interacting well with the fox's chakra, and now Naruto was quarantined and under the full-time care of Sakura's mentor herself. So, what now? Well, in terms of Konoha's international relations, word had it the third Hokage was plotting something to rekindle a relationship with Sand. Yes, this time around, the third Hokage was still alive. And considering how he was capable of backing elaborate, brutal schemes like the Uchiha massacre, Sakura wasn't so sure his survival was a good thing. She wondered if he might try to team up with Sand and go after Sound for this. She wouldn't put such vengeful plots past him. And as for Sakura? She spent the following weeks attending press conferences in her new Chunin vest, which covered the nasty scar on her back and abdomen from Kabuto's impaling, dodging journalists, hiding the post-traumatic tremble in her hands, and wishing that she could find it in her to give a shit about her hospital promotion. She didn't like going home, where she was starkly reminded of her mother's absence. She was afraid to go anywhere that reminded her of Team 7, including Sasuke's place, because not only Naruto's absence but the guilt over not finding his body in the forest sooner was driving her utterly mad. So she spent her days at the hospital and her evenings alone with her grief or following her father around back to the hospital to visit her mother or home to eat. This routine felt dutiful, though it didn't quite numb her self-loathing. The worst outcomes of this war were the mental ones, especially the undeniable fact that, no matter how she spun it, he won. As if some sick, twisted deity wanted to rub everything in her face, Sakura paid a fleeting visit to the future 2 weeks after the end of the war. She had been sitting in an empty hospital conference room surrounded by a stack of medical textbooks that she had been haphazardly studying from, when she felt a familiar pulse rocket up her spine and spin her world out of focus. Shit, she thought, while clutching onto the conference room table and bracing herself for a submergence into a new dimension. A blink later, Sakura was standing in an empty civilian office, facing a large window, in her older body. It was pitch black outside and she was flush against the locked door behind her. She sucked in a deep breath and straightened up. All right. What was going on in this life again? Bang. 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 Oh yeah. Sasuke was pursuing her with murderous intent and slamming office doors open, one by one. He was getting awfully close now, so Sakura needed to act fast. Ugh. What an inconvenience, she thought as she brought her arms up to her face and made a break for the window. If she was going to face off with Sasuke, starting from inside this tiny, barren office would be rather disadvantageous. Sakura crashed through the window and soared through the night air, down a few stories, and somersaulted to brace her landing, though she also pumped soothing chakra to her joints to prevent injuries. In the distance, somewhere, Sakura felt traces of Tsunade's and Naruto's chakras drawing nearer. She touched down and the world vanished. And she was back in the conference room. Her head slammed into the textbook-covered table. Ow, she groaned, while sitting back up and massaging her temples. Well. Thankfully that didn't last too long, she thought. Sakura was anything but in the mood for a fight with Sasuke's older, and raging, self at the moment. With the help of her strength of 100 seal, Sakura's ventures across time dimensions weren't quite as debilitating as before, though they still took a toll on her body. Her head was spinning and her chest was tight. No matter how large a ninja's chakra reserves were, having a massive amount drained in a short time span, and in this case, in virtually no time span, was distracting and annoying. Sakura got to her feet. Enough was enough. If her body was hurled to the future at a time when she was low on chakra, her life would be at risk. Even her seal had its limits. It was time to get the scroll mended once and for all. And Sakura finally knew just who to go to. You aren't wearing your Chunin vest, was Tsunade's flippant remark when Sakura barged straight into the small flat the woman was lounging in. Sakura hadn't the slightest idea whose flat this was, but she'd detected her mentor's chakra here and had made a beeline for it. The woman must have been taking a break from looking after Naruto. She was on an armchair and reading a book, which she didn't divert her attention from when Sakura walked in. She seemed unsurprised by the intrusion. Is anyone else here? Sakura deadpanned and peering around with narrowed eyes. No. Relax, Tsunade said, and nodding towards the shabby, green couch across from her. Who lives here? Sakura asked while approaching hesitantly. She needed her mentor to take her seriously. What she was about to say could not be overheard. Tsunade finally looked up. No one, she said. It's a rental. I'm crashing here until I feel like leaving Leaf again. Sakura nodded. That seemed believable enough. After all, Tsunade must have been staying somewhere over the last couple of months. And, now that she thought about it, the decor really suited the woman. Empty alcohol bottles lined the windowsill like ornaments. Tsunade closed her book when Sakura settled onto the couch. Shoot, kid. She blew a stray strand of her blonde hair out of her face, adjusted her plunging neckline, and straightened up in her seat. Sakura knew she had the woman's attention. Sakura reached into a zippered pocket on the inside of her gray jacket and pulled out a small strip of fabric. She undid the transformation jutsu and held out the time travel scroll to her mentor, her hands tremor as prominent as ever. It felt like an out-of-body experience when the words "Can you fix this?" tumbled out. Tsunade cocked one of her blonde, arched eyebrows as she reached for and took the scroll. A rip, she remarked while carefully rotating the scroll in her hand, clearly recognizing what it was, as Sakura suspected she would. She pursed her lips. Who gave you this? You did, Sakura answered, laying everything out on the table. I see. There was a brief pause while Tsunade turned the scroll over once more, examining it carefully. Must be pretty bad over there, huh? She asked, and meeting Sakura's eye, returning to the question Sakura refused to answer in the forest. But now Sakura had no reservations. Yeah. The village is under attack, she said. Tsunade raised her eyebrows as a subtle prompt to elaborate. Orochimaru is behind it. Tsunade nodded. All right, she said. I won't pry. So why does this need fixing? Sakura sucked in a breath. Here we go. I think it was torn by accident. And ever since then the scroll has been getting weaker. And so have I. I've been going back and forth between both of my lives. She paused to take a breath. But since I unlocked my seal, it hasn't been as bad as it used to be, she added, and thumbing her forehead. But it's still dangerous, Tsunade remarked and staring at her student with alarm. Sakura's heart fluttered over how invested in the predicament her mentor seemed. This scroll was not designed to sustain frequent trips between worlds. And neither was your body. Sakura nodded and felt moisture accumulate in her lower eyelids. Tsunade was right. It's hard to focus. I'm in the middle of a fight there, and with all this back and forth, I keep getting distracted. I'm scared I'll get pulled away at the wrong second and get myself killed. Tsunade sighed and got to her feet. She paced towards the bay window behind her and gazed out at the bustling streets below while running her thumb and forefinger along the length of her chin. Sakura waited patiently for her mentor to sort out her thoughts because God knew she was beyond hope of sorting out her own. After a long pause, Tsunade finally spoke. I'll be upfront about this, she said. I'm not going to try repairing the scroll. Sakura's breath caught in her throat and she brought her hands to her stomach. Tampering with it could kill you. You were injected with a liquid of some kind before you traveled back in time, correct? Yes, Sakura answered, her heart sinking and a bout of nausea creeping through her gut. She would have to live like this for the rest of her life then, wasting away from her crippling trips across dimensions, until she died in either of her lives. There was no way she could complete her mission like this. Maybe she'd just have to come clean about her time travel mission to impart her knowledge about the Akatsuki on others so they could pursue the names on her hit list on her behalf. And then she would just hide away, conserve her chakra and try to survive until 3 days before her 18th birthday so this life wouldn't disappear. But how many people in the village would believe her story? Well, probably not many, unless Tsunade vouched for her. Still, maybe she'd better only bring her close friends into this, though she didn't want to put her burdens on their shoulders. The liquid was created with fibers of the scroll to physically connect it to its user, Tsunade continued. And now you've got 2 options. 2 options? Sakura echoed, perplexed, while Tsunade eased herself onto the couch on Sakura's left and placed a sturdy hand on her shoulder. Option 1, I'll have a look at the scroll, do some poking around, and see if there's anything we can do to mend it. But like I said, it's doubtful, Tsunade said bluntly, and Sakura truly appreciated how the woman wasn't beating around the bush. And, option 2? Sakura prompted, her heart rate quickening and her eyes darting over her mentor's face. We sever your ties to the scroll. Sakura's eyebrows furrowed in concentration and she could feel her pulse in her throat. Was that really an option? Do you mean I die? She asked honestly. Tsunade shook her head and frowned. No, there's another way. I could reverse the process. Redevelop the potion and send you back. The gears were turning rapidly in Sakura's head. You mean, this world would disappear, she said in a trance, and Tsunade watched her in affirmative silence. I'd just go back to the future where I started from, Sakura muttered while turning away to mull it all over. Why didn't the Tsunade of her old life tell her about this option? Of course she wouldn't, Sakura countered immediately. She wouldn't have wanted me thinking there was an easy way out. She wouldn't have wanted me resorting to this, to giving up. It was for good reason that Tsunade hadn't mentioned it. The second option was completely out of the question. Sakura wasn't about to back out of the mission. She'd been around Naruto for long enough to adopt that never give up mantra of his, after all. And the village was in danger there. She was here to prevent its impending destruction. Should I work on the potion? I'd need to do some investigating. It might take a few days, asked Tsunade, perhaps noting the resolve that crossed Sakura's features. There's no point. But thanks anyways, Sakura answered. Darn. She really got her hopes up for nothing. Of course her only option was to endure and push forward. Tsunade shrugged. Alright then. We'll consider it an ace up our sleeves. From there, Tsunade ventured to the hospital to check on Naruto and make sure he was still alive and kicking. Sakura's initial plan was to tag along, but when she caught sight of Iruka approaching Naruto's chamber, she came up with some rudimentary excuse, turned on her heel, and left. She was nowhere near an emotional place to handle witnessing that interaction. So instead she wandered the sparsely populated training grounds on the village's outskirts without really thinking of anything or intending to go anywhere in particular. She hugged her gray jacket against herself and padded along the grass in blue sandals, feeling the gentle, summer breeze tug at her loose, short hair and tingle the exposed skin of her ankles and calves, below where her black cropped pants ended. Eventually, she arrived at the graveyard where Lee and Leaf citizens killed during the war were buried. That was where Sakura chose to spend her afternoon. She sprawled out on the soft, pale grass among the tombstones, laying out her jacket below her like a blanket, revealing her red tank top beneath, and closed her eyes. Birds chirped softly from the branches of nearby trees and the grass rustled around her. I need to survive for 5 more years, Sakura thought. And now, after everything that had taken place in the past several months of her short, new life, that seemed like a daunting task. Orochimaru was onto her. And after her. And he was a person who generally succeeded in getting what he wanted. She released a slow breath. What a mess this life had become. That was when she sensed a presence approaching. It was a non-threatening and familiar presence, and Sakura didn't even need to creak open an eyelid to realize who it was, though she did anyway, just as Sasuke sat himself down on the grass beside her. She caught his eye for a moment from her position on the ground, and noticed his casual attire and lack of head protector, and the unease written all over his face. Hey, she said slowly. This would be their first proper interaction since they parted ways after the war. In fact, the last time she'd seen her teammate was at their small, unglamorous Chunin advancement ceremony in the Hokage's office. Sakura felt her skin prickle and her heart beat a fraction quicker. I've been avoiding you, Sasuke answered bluntly and staring determinedly ahead while resting an arm on his bent knee. He was wearing a black t-shirt and gray pants and, like her, hadn't bothered putting on his Chunin vest. Yeah? Sakura asked with mild interest and trying to read the emotion behind his frown and furrowed eyebrows, and ignoring his enticing profile and mused hair. He nodded. You remind me, he started but his voice trailed off as his eyes locked on something in the distance. Of Team 7. Of how we failed to protect Naruto. I get it, Sakura mumbled and propping herself up to a seated position and crossing her legs. I've been avoiding you too. And Kakashi-sensei. And everything. He met her gaze and a mutual understanding passed between them. And warmth stirred in Sakura's chest. Maybe grief was easier to deal with when it was shared with someone else. A sad smile tugged at the corners of her mouth and she busied herself fiddling with the blades of grass around her. Clutching onto them steadied her hands a little. I couldn't care less about advancing to Chunin, she said with a soft chuckle. She suspected that Sasuke felt the same way, with how he wasn't wearing his vest. Only the two of them were successful in moving up in the ranks of all exam contestants. Shikamaru probably would have too if his match actually happened. And maybe Naruto, if the village liked him more. And Haku, if he survived. Or my hospital promotion, she added, and it was like a weight was lifting off of her chest as she said these things out loud. She hadn't taken on her new position's regular duties yet but was promised she would once the post-war cleanup was over. Not that she cared anymore. Sasuke smirked and shook his head, staring at the ground. Yeah. And I feel like I don't deserve it. Sakura raised her eyebrows. But your fight was amazing. He shrugged in response. And I felt useless during everything that happened after it. Sakura bit her lip and turned away. She knew the feeling. Healing people. Stopping the disease. There was nothing I could do. I'm trained to kill, not to help, Sasuke mumbled, more to himself than to her. And then there's me. Trained to heal but unable to heal, she spat out, while a pained smile danced on her lips. No matter what I did, it was never enough. But when it's life or death, any amount helps, Sasuke added seriously. He shook his head and reached for the pit of his neck. What if you got the disease? What if you had this curse and needed chakra? I couldn't have helped you like you helped me. Sakura felt a rush of sympathy. Before training in the medical arts, Sakura had watched her teammates helplessly while they protected her. She remembered that turmoil like it was yesterday. You don't need to be an expert in medical ninjutsu to transfer chakra, she offered. He stirred and caught eyes with her again. I mean, even if I showed you the most basic routes of transmission, there's no way to guarantee that the receiver would fully accept your chakra, or that you could keep them alive for more than 5 extra minutes, but like you said, any amount helps, right? There was a short, contemplative pause during which a soft gust of wind ruffled the leaves of the nearby trees. Finally, Sasuke quietly said, let's train tomorrow morning. Sure, Sakura beamed, her mood lifting ever so slightly. But I'm clean out of weapons, so I'll leave those two. No you aren't, he interrupted. Sakura started, but then she remembered the sealing scroll Sasuke gave her in the forest. Oh. Maybe you're right. She reached into her new weapon holster to fish it out. I forgot about this. Sasuke watched in silence while she performed the hand seals to release the mysterious item, and she gasped when a humongous wooden object dropped in her lap. What? She breathed while lifting it for examination. It didn't take long for her to deduce that it was a bow. Fastened to it was a pouch full of gleaming arrows. It's from a weaponry in Takumi village, Sasuke said while easing himself back onto the grass and clasping his hands behind his head. It might have been a trick of the light, but Sakura swore she saw some color rise in his face. Sasuke, she whispered as she caught sight of the tiny red and silver gems twisting along the body and arrow shafts. It reminded her of the time, months ago in their early days training together, when Sasuke was coaching her in archery and they got into an argument that ultimately led to her using his own signature word against him, annoying. Sakura bravely looked at him. What did you get me this for? You were mad at me, was his matter-of-fact response, and she could tell he was looking anywhere but at her. No I wasn't, she snapped, lying through her teeth. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Then why were all the traps in my flat set off and why do I have 2 bills for door repair? He shot back. Touché. I'm sorry, Sakura caved, while carefully placing her new weapon down and laying beside him on her jacket. There are bigger things at stake now, huh? Sakura thought, relieved that they were finally able to put their former quarrel behind them. But now the atmosphere was distinctly more serious. I came across my brother in the land of rivers. Sakura just about choked. What? We talked. And what you read in the letter was true, he continued in a hushed tone. Sakura watched her teammate intently, how his chest was rising and falling with each breath and how he was squinting his dark eyes towards the afternoon sun. He didn't seem like he was in the mood to elaborate. He's definitely not angry with me anymore, she realized, her heart drumming and her mind brimming with questions. Did he fight his brother? Where was Itachi now? Was Sasuke all right? But the question she chose to ask him was, what are you going to do now? With my life? I don't know, he answered, and releasing a slow breath. Then he smiled. It was a little heartbreaking. Maybe I'm not chalked up to be an Avenger after all. Sakura shook her head in disbelief, at a loss for words. Sasuke? Not an Avenger? What kind of outrageous world did she create? What about you? He asked suddenly, catching Sakura off guard. I don't know either, she replied quietly. I'm not sure if completing my mission will be possible. She sensed Sasuke shift to look at her, and she could imagine the surprise that must be plastered on his face. But she turned her attention elsewhere, to the slightly wilted daffodils lining Lee's grave, and then she closed her eyes. Sasuke and Sakura agreed to pay Naruto a visit early that evening. Iruka must be gone by now, Sakura thought, a little apprehensively. She couldn't bear to see what grief she caused him, the man who came as close to family as it got for Naruto. Thankfully, he was nowhere in sight when they arrived. Instead, they came across Shikamaru, who was also on his way to visit their teammate, and when the three of them entered the private chamber, Tsunade was there, sitting at Naruto's bedside and scribbling something onto a clipboard. The room was heavily guarded and visitors were advised to stay a safe distance away from the bed, but Sakura didn't care and Tsunade didn't do anything when she sat right on the edge of it. It was a tragic sight. Naruto was wearing a hospital gown and was tucked into the bed's covers with IVs hooked up to his inner elbows and a breathing tube running through his nose. His exposed arms were a dark, sickly gray, like the splotchy marks of the disease had spread right through them, and the rest of his skin was patchy and red. The fox's chakra had singed off a full layer of his skin, and though Tsunade had undoubtedly soothed the fresh, new skin with ointments and medical chakra, it was sensitive and likely stung. The guy was probably in pain all over. Sakura knew he wasn't allowed too many painkillers. His body needs to detect pain so it knows to keep fighting, Tsunade had explained earlier, similarly to how Sakura insisted on Sasuke staying awake after he got cursed in the Forest of Death. It made sense. But it made Naruto's suffering worse. This was the first time Sakura had seen her dear friend conscious since the war ended. He was staring up at them with bloodshot eyes and dry lips twisted into a grin. Sakura couldn't help but smile back as tears stung in the corners of her eyes. "How you doing, man?" Shikamaru asked from the foot of the bed, where he took his perch. Sasuke sat by the barred window and rested his chin on his clasped hands. "Never been better," Naruto croaked with a lopsided smirk that looked like it hurt him. Sakura let out a shaky laugh that came out like a sob, so she kept her mouth shut after that. Some mild chatter followed, where the boys talked about the better parts of their weeks in an attempt to lighten the mood, like the new shuriken throwing technique Sasuke learned and the board game Shikamaru bought that morning. Not long into the chat did Kakashi saunter in with his orange book in hand. "Kakashi-sensei," Naruto greeted breathlessly and wincing. His visible thrill over having his entire team together seemed to outweigh the discomfort he felt from speaking. "Yo," was their teacher's nonchalant response, while he exchanged a nod with Tsunade and smiled beneath his mask. He leaned against the wall near the door and maintained the tension-diffusion conversation by inquiring about everyone's weeks. Sakura remained on the periphery of the talking, which gave her mind more bandwidth to attend to other things, like Tsunade's abrupt silence. Intrigued, Sakura carefully rose from the bed and tiptoed over to her mentor, as not to pull much attention away from the conversation. The woman was flipping through what Sakura presumed were recent MRI scans of Naruto's body, specifically, magnetic resonance angiography scans, which are scans that look at blood flow. At a glance, Sakura could tell that the results weren't promising. There was hardly any blood flowing through Naruto's extremities as a result of the disease sucking out so much oxygen. It was no wonder his arms were such a lifeless shade, there was hardly any life left in them. Tsunade met her student's gaze with a piercing stare. "What?" Sakura mouthed, prompting her mentor to share her thoughts, though Sakura wasn't so sure now was a good time to hear them. Instead of responding, Tsunade reached for her clipboard and scrawled a word on the corner of the page and positioned it so Sakura could see. "Amputation." Sakura's breath caught in her throat. "No," she audibly gasped, her hands flying to her mouth, not caring that she was drawing attention to herself. "Now? Which limbs? All four of them? Was there no other choice?" Of course there was no other choice. Sakura was no idiot. She just saw the scans. Her problem wasn't with the amputation itself, which was relatively common practice in her line of work, but rather, the reason Tsunade was proposing it at all. This was the last resort. They needed to cut off the parts of his body that were beyond saving. It was a desperate attempt to mitigate the disease's spread to his vital organs because his body wasn't strong enough to protect them. And even then, after his limbs were gone, his survival was far from guaranteed. The disease was everywhere and it was hard to anticipate how many more of the fox's outbursts he could bear. He doesn't deserve this. Naruto, the purest, most optimistic and heroic person Sakura had encountered in either of her lives, did not deserve a fate that ended here. In her future life, Naruto was the hero of the Hidden Leaf Village. If he didn't survive this, if his ninja career didn't survive this, what would come of the impending disasters, like when Gaara, as the Kazekage, was kidnapped by the Akatsuki? Or when Pain attacked the village? Sakura's heart began to race as her eyes locked on Naruto's. No. Naruto needed to live or the village was doomed to an even darker, unsalvageable future than that of her other life. Konoha needed Naruto. So what was Sakura to do? Could it be that this had become the nightmare world? Lee, Hinata, Niji, fragile alliances with sound and sand, countless innocent citizens, her mother's critical injuries, and now this. Could it be? Her eyes flitted to her other teammate, the boy who she loved with all her heart, who was watching her curiously from his place by the window. But in this world, Sasuke might be saved. Because in the other, he was completely out of their reach. There was nothing left that might get through to him. The peace of the ninja world was at stake unless he was killed. Sakura needed to make a choice. All her life, she had unquestioningly put the boy she loved above all else. But what did the village need? What did the world need? Next she turned towards Shikamaru, who was observing her with an arched eyebrow. He would know what to do, Sakura thought, reminded of his future self's unrivaled strategic leadership. He knew when to retreat, like when he forfeited his Chunin exam match against Temari yet still advanced in rank. He knew when backing out was the wisest choice for the greater good. And maybe I do too. Maybe backing out wasn't giving up. The war was just beginning there. And maybe Sasuke was an impossible opponent, but Naruto was coming, and if anyone had a shot at defeating Sasuke, he did. They did. Sakura met Tsunade's eyes. And felt her resolve. She got up, without acknowledging any of the surprised stares, paced around the bed, and pulled the door shut with a thunk. A few rapid hand signs later and there was a sound-altering genjutsu surrounding the chamber so they would not be overheard. Sasuke and Shikamaru were on their feet an instant later, alarmed. Sakura? Kakashi asked, while stowing his book away in his weapon pouch. You don't have to do this, a nagging, petrified voice who wanted nothing more than a blissful, ignorant life sounded in her mind. But Sakura would have nothing of it. There was no going back now, and maybe what she was about to do was a bit dramatic, a bit extreme, but something in her conscience knew that she needed to come clean. She faced the room and directed her words at Tsunade, who seemed unfazed by Sakura's actions, because it was easiest. I'm not who I've been saying I am. Kakashi folded his arms, Shikamaru stiffened, Naruto looked at her in a trance, and Sasuke peered around, utterly bemused, and probably gauging whether the others deemed her as a threat or if Sakura was under a genjutsu. I'm not a spy or an enemy, she clarified, and there was a bittersweet mixture of relief over admitting a long-kept secret and guilt over admitting a carefully hidden lie. But I was sent here for a reason I haven't told any of you about. Sasuke balled his hands into fists. You lied about your mission? He growled, eyes narrowing. And Sakura could only imagine how badly Sasuke would take it when he realized that she had betrayed him again, just after they rekindled their relationship. But she couldn't let that deter her. I didn't tell you the whole truth, Sakura added while biting her lip and taking a shaky breath. I'm not from here. A pin drop could be heard. No one dared to move, whisper, or even blink, until. You're from the future. I knew it, Sakura thought, and she actually smirked when she turned her attention to Shikamaru. I knew he was onto me. Well. That made the revelation a bit easier. She clenched her jaw, still a little delirious over this entire event's unexpected occurrence, but there was no turning back. My name is Sakura Haruno, a Chunin from Konohagakure. I am 17 years and 362 days old and was sent here by Tsunade Senju to save Konoha from its impending destruction. The air grew still and no one breathed. The pause that followed was broken by Kakashi. What destruction? He asked. The village is under attack in the future, Sakura answered, and bravely meeting his gaze, which was more inquisitive than untrusting, like she expected it to be. Orochimaru is behind it. Why were you picked to come here? Was his next question. Shikamaru nodded, equally curious, and Tsunade looked stern, but supportive of Sakura's divulgence. Sakura had no clue how her teammates were reacting because she couldn't bear to look anywhere near them. It's because of my regenerative chakra, she confessed and beckoning towards her forehead seal. It helped me survive the trip across time dimensions. But there's a breach in the link, so I've been going back and forth. If it weren't for my seal, I'd be dead, but I'm not sure how much more I can withstand. Her voice wavered slightly. And now, because the breach exists, Tsunade-sama can send me back to that world, where there's still time to fix things. She looked at Tsunade for affirmation and was greeted with a silent one. I presume there was a reason I didn't just come here myself, Tsunade probed gently. Sakura nodded. It might have been your age, but also. Sakura clenched her fists and felt a tear trickle down her face. You knew that I'm in love with the person who's about to destroy the village. Orochimaru's apprentice. And because of that, I had an extra incentive to make things right. Sasuke finally spoke in a hollow tone. Who is the apprentice? Every pair of eyes was on him before the words escaped his lips. Chapter 37 On Death Row. Sasuke connected the dots in an instant and froze, his entire body jolting back and locking in place. His eyes appeared to cloud over while, Sakura presumed, he was struck by a slew of emotions. Guilt rooted in her core. And it was a guilt that made no sense. It was his own future self who caused this mess. None of this would have happened, these casualties, the time travel mission, if it weren't for him. Sakura was just the bearer of bad news. But this Sasuke was forced to take the brunt of it. And this Sasuke didn't deserve to. I'm sorry, she thought while another tear trailed down her cheek. I'm sorry you had to hear this. I'll start on the serum tonight, Tsunade said in a commanding tone and jarring Sakura from her worries. I expect I'll have it ready in about 3 days. In the meantime, but then she paused, her eyes narrowing and turning towards the heart monitor on the opposite side of Naruto's bed. Sakura followed suit just as the machine began to blare. Shit, Sakura thought, and then Naruto's eyes were rolling back into his skull and a pained moan rising from his chest. Kakashi and Shikamaru leapt back with alarm and Tsunade neared the bed. That was when the chamber door slammed open, only adding to the chaos. Tsunade-sama. A familiar voice cried. Sakura spun around, her heart racing, and found her former supervisor, standing in the doorway, looking frazzled and completely breathless. Sakura subtly released the sound-altering genjutsu she had cast on the room as not to rouse any suspicions. Oh Sakura! I didn't realize you were also. Her stare briefly flitted to Naruto's blaring heart monitor before continuing. Shoot, it seems you're in a pinch too. It's Karen. We need help in the other room. Sakura's eyes flew to Tsunade, who met her gaze and nodded. We'll divide and conquer, Sakura reasoned, and making a beeline for the doorway to follow her time travel stress cast aside. Even if this world just might be on the brink of vanishing, it simply wasn't in Sakura's nature to pass up saving a life. The procedure lasted an hour. It turned out the disease had found its way into one of Karen's coronary arteries, a particularly dangerous location given its proximity to her heart. The only way to ensure the parasite's immediate removal was if they were targeted and destroyed manually, a feat only possible for a medical ninja with immaculate chakra control, given the sensitivity of that area of the body. Thankfully Sakura was brought onto the scene when she was. She was a greater help than all the other medical ninjas combined. Even with her hand tremors. Come on, Karen, Sakura had muttered throughout the procedure, egging on the girl's mysterious healing energy, which she hoped would win out and staunch the disease in the end. But now that they were seeing parasites venture so close to Karen's vital organs, her faith was dwindling. As much as Sakura had been feeling desperate to escape the horrific tension she caused in Naruto's chamber, this certainly wasn't the kind of distraction she had in mind. She hardly knew Karen. But the fact that this girl did survive in Sakura's future life implored her to ensure that she survived again. Because what if something went wrong with Tsunade's serum? What if she was stuck in this world after all? Sakura wasn't taking chances. When it was all said and done and Karen's heart was parasite-free, for now, Sakura shed her medical cloak and gloves and stumbled back out into the hallway to catch her breath. She ran a hand through her tousled hair and swallowed hard. Her thoughts were jumbled and her emotions were running amok. But her legs carried her back to Naruto's chamber to check on him and pick up where they left off. But when she got to Naruto's room, he was the only one in there, blinking at her through glazed eyes. "Where's Tsunade-sama?" Sakura barked and reaching Naruto's heart monitor in 3 big strides. "She's just getting something," Naruto muttered, his voice hoarse. "You're in good shape then?" she asked, rounding on him with a wide, anxious stare. Naruto's mouth twisted into a loopy smile. "Yeah. One of those little bugs got in my lung so my body flipped out. But it's gone now so it's no big deal." "Right," Sakura breathed. "You can take it easy now, Sakura-chan," he added and nodding weakly towards the seat beside his bed, his smile never faltering. She released a sigh. "True," she lied and easing into the chair, her nerves no less on edge. Then she instinctively took hold of his hand and began stroking it with her thumb, careful not to make any sudden motions and disrupt the four in his inner elbow. "Why, you're feeling okay then," she said, inviting an affirmation. He made a minuscule nodding motion, the breathing tubes in his nose and bed restraints keeping his face relatively locked in place. He said. "But you guys aren't." Sakura met Naruto's blue, bloodshot eyes and found tears collecting in his tear ducts. Her throat dried. "Why did he leave us?" he whispered, and Sakura could tell that he was using every fiber of his being to keep himself from sobbing. Sakura's eyes drifted down, her grip tightening on her teammate's hand. He got too caught up in his revenge. He wanted power at any cost," she mumbled, the words tearing her throat as they left her. "I was hoping that this time he wouldn't. But it doesn't." She faltered and her eyes strung. Don't cry." Then Naruto spoke so softly that Sakura hardly caught the words over the heart monitor's steady beeps. "Don't do this for me, Sakura-chan." There was a fiery determination in Naruto's stare. It was plain to see that he knew exactly what decision she was making and why she was making it. And that was precisely why she needed to follow through with this choice. Naruto, the boy who was on his own deathbed yet crying over his friend's future plunge into darkness, needed to live. "I'm doing this for all of us," she said and giving his hand a reassuring pat. "I promise." Kakashi was waiting outside Naruto's hospital room, leaning against the wall and perusing through a familiar book Sakura was certain he'd already read more times than she could count on her fingers. She wasn't sure how long he'd been there for, or whether he'd overheard her conversation with Naruto. "Hey," she said a little uncertainly. She wasn't sure just how much of a shock her revelation came to her ever-perceptive sensei. "Yo," he replied while snapping his book shut and straightening up. He matched her stride and then they were walking through the hospital's hallways together. How is everyone?" Sakura began, her voice failing her again. He shrugged in response, somehow deducing what she was getting at. "Well, this isn't a matter to be taken lightly, as I'm sure you know more than anyone," he said calmly. She nodded. "Shikamaru seemed a little startled by your choice. But I wholeheartedly support it." Sakura's chest tightened. "Thank you, sensei," she said quietly and glancing up at his masked face. "And how is?" But she didn't even need to finish the question before the answer was written in her sensei's expression. "Sasuke can be a live wire in unusually stressful situations," Kakashi said honestly, and Sakura felt a pang in her heart. "I mean, look at his surprise encounter in the Land of Rivers. When he encountered his brother," Sakura thought. She could remember many scenarios in her other life when Sasuke met confusing situations with bitter impulsivity. "Is he okay?" she asked carefully in a low tone. This must be impossible news for him to cope with, that he became Orochimaru's apprentice. In fact, this revelation was probably hitting him even harder than her. "I decided to give him space," Kakashi said, and Sakura noticed he never answered her question. "Ah," she grunted. "I'll keep an eye out, but I think you should be the one to check on him first." He listens to you more than me. In fact, you might be the only person he listens to, Kakashi said matter-of-factly. Sakura shrugged. Maybe not anymore. But he was right that she couldn't just neglect him like this. It wasn't fair that she dumped such horrible news on her teammate then up and left. Even if this world was going to end, this Sasuke didn't deserve to spend his final days alone to wrestle his emotions. I doubt that, said Kakashi. Sakura huffed and folded his arms. We were never actually dating, you know. Oh, I know. I was just giving you idiots a push. Her jaw fell open. You've got to be kidding me. Sakura didn't see Sasuke again until late the following morning. And it was a peculiar interaction to say the least. She had been on her way to Tsunade's flat to check on the development of the time travel serum and was wearing a signature red training dress, tall-heeled sandals, and black gloves. It had been a relatively restless night. Her mind and body were in perpetual states of defensiveness now that there were a select few, albeit a trusted few, who could finally see right through her. There were no more secrets. No more games or fantasies of building a perfect new world with hit list targets she could cross off like grocery items and romantic delusions where Sasuke would stay and everyone would be alive. Instead, her days in this life were numbered. A war that was supposed to be far behind her was just on the horizon. And Sasuke would never be saved. Yeah. It was a restless night indeed. The only fleeting relief Sakura allowed herself to bask in was that her time travel mission hadn't been revealed in some catastrophic way. At least, with the way she revealed it, it had been controlled and directly to the people she trusted. She was fairly certain that knowledge of her mission wouldn't get into the hands of the villagers, reporters, enemies, or the Hokage, all of whom she was determined to hide her true identity from. She'd thought about checking on Sasuke, as Kakashi recommended she did, but she failed to because 1, he probably did need some space to make sense of it all, and 2, she never chalked up the nerve. But I've got to, Sakura thought as she arrived at the walkway leading to Tsunade's apartment building. This isn't fair. After I talk to Tsunade, I'll go. She faltered. Sasuke was standing on the walkway. He noticed her, of course, and he was fully clad in one of his trademark blue shirts and training gear. Shit. Here we go, Sakura inwardly groaned, her stomach flipping as they approached each other. Sakura, he said in a casual tone, his expression pointedly blank. She swallowed a lump in her throat. What are you, she began, but was interrupted. You agreed to train this morning, he said sharply. Sakura met his gaze and felt her eyebrows raise with surprise. Why you still want to practice chakra transmission? She got out, utterly perplexed by his choice of topic. What was going on? Didn't he understand what Sakura confided in them yesterday? We'll meet in an hour, was his response, and then he continued pacing forwards, passing Sakura by, and leaving her to gape at his back. Her eyes narrowed. Something wasn't right. Swanda-sama. Sakura growled and slamming open the door to her mentor's temporary flat. Said woman glanced up from the lunch she was eating at the small kitchen table and blinked, looking as unfazed as ever. What was Sasuke doing here? Sakura continued after she carefully shut the door behind her and kicked off her sandals. It was a valid question, strange circumstances aside, because to Sakura's knowledge, the Uchiha heir had never personally sought out her mentor for anything before. Sit down and I'll pour you a tea, was Tsunda's curt reply as she got to her feet. You might as well get as comfortable as you can because this isn't going to be pretty. Sakura blanched. Something was going on. What isn't? Tsunade rolled her eyes. I said sit down. Sakura gritted her teeth but obliged. She was not in the mood for Tsunade's attitude but knew that resisting would get her absolutely nowhere. She perched on the edge of the chair across from Tsunade's and waited anxiously for the woman to place a steaming mug of tea down and return to her seat. So? Sakura prompted immediately, her eyes flitting across Tsunade's face. She noticed frown lines, a furrowed brow and pursed lips. Those were bad signs. You're right that Uchiha was just here. He stormed in, not unlike yourself, and demanded that I tell him how the time travel scroll worked. Sakura's breath caught in her throat. And? Tsunade shrugged. So I told him about the rip, the serum, the costs of traveling through time. I figured, what does it matter, anyways? He's about to cease to exist like the rest of us. Okay, Sakura said, nodding. So you're confident that the serum is going to work then? I'd put my money on it, Tsunade replied. And Sakura's hands instinctively balled into fists. This is happening. I'm really going back. The confirmation was equally as unsettling as it was reassuring. Because the last time Sakura remembered Tsunade sent you gambling on something, it was the time travel mission. And we all know how that turned out. Tea that can't be all Sasuke was here for, Sakura said, her voice shaky. She clasped her mug of tea to steady her hands. It wasn't, Tsunade affirmed and closing her eyes, her lips forming a frown. He asked me what would happen if someone else was injected with the serum. Sakura's eyes just about bulged out of their sockets. What? She gasped while leaping to her feet, nearly knocking her tea across the table. Hypothetically, of course, Swanda added, as if that would clear things up. Why would he ask that? Sakura spluttered. I would have to be the one to go back, wouldn't I? I'm the one who's connected to the scroll. Correct, Tsunade agreed, nodding. In fact, if someone else went back in your place, I expect it would end terribly. That connection across dimensions was created for you and you alone. Then why? Tsunade released a sigh. Sasuke wasn't asking if someone could replace you. He was asking if someone could join you. Sakura's mouth slammed shut and she stared at her mentor with wide eyes. I'm sure that would end badly too, if I injected the serum into two people. Like I said, you'd probably get back there safely because the connection is yours, but there would be guaranteed complications for the other person. To both them and their future self. Two versions of a person can't be in a dimension at the same time. Sakura couldn't breathe. To my knowledge, no one has hitched a ride across time dimensions, at least not like this, before. All I know for certain is that if a person successfully traveled to the future with you, it would be a short trip, especially if they didn't have regenerative chakra. Both that person and their future self would almost definitely be killed for it. Messing with time is a dangerous thing. There was a pause. Sakura's chest was rising and falling with each shaky breath and she could feel perspiration lining her brow. This isn't hypothetical anymore, is it? She asked quietly. Tsunade also stood up, and something in her face softened, like she wished what she was telling Sakura wasn't true. It's a shame the kid turned out the way he did, Tsunade said, ignoring the question. He's very determined to help you. No. She can't mean. What did you tell him? Sakura asked in a very small voice while raising a hand to her chest and gripping onto the red fabric of her dress. That this is for the two of you to decide. No amount of chakra could have brought Sakura to the training grounds as quickly as she needed to get there. Her body was numb when she arrived, her green eyes blazing, her hair wild, and jaw locked. Sasuke was waiting, like she knew he would be, perched atop the very log Naruto was tied to after the bell test, his legs dangling leisurely over the edge. Sakura made a beeline for him without averting her unforgiving stare. After the slightest hesitation, he hopped down to meet her. He could tell she wasn't here to train. What are you doing? She snarled and approaching him as closely as she dared. Sasuke folded his arms and assumed a defensive stance. That is none of your concern, he shot back, the iciness in his tone rivaling hers. The words struck Sakura like a slap in the face. Are you serious? She snapped, her thoughts spilling out without reservation. This is my mission. I was sent here on behalf of Konoha as a battle tactic to stop a war. And it failed. So I'm going back to regroup and come up with something else. It is not your place to interfere. Sakura's fists were shaking. Sasuke had the audacity to smirk. You're wrong, he said quietly and shaking his head. This is up to me. It's suicide. Sakura cried, desperation creeping into her tone and her cold demeanor cracking. If you come back with me, you'll die. Don't you get it? Not just me, by the sound of it, Sasuke corrected, his rigid expression unchanging. I might take my future self down at the same time. You're stupid, Sakura snapped, her heart drumming and her lips quivering. That was when Sasuke lowered his arms and took a challenging step forward. Don't you understand the position I'm in, Sakura? He hissed, his voice rising. He towered over her, his face just inches away. It's either I sit around and do nothing and cease to exist or I try this. I'm the one who needs to be defeated in the future and this might be our best shot at doing it. Sakura brought her trembling hands up to her face as it sunk in that she was fighting a losing battle. His rationale was crystal clear. This Sasuke had nothing to lose if this life was ending anyway. And if his scheme didn't work and his future self survived, what difference did it make? He just wanted to help in the only way he could. But knowing that didn't bring Sakura any peace of mind. She wanted to save Sasuke. This wasn't supposed to end with him throwing his life away. Please, she whispered into her hands, her voice breaking and tears collecting in her eyes. Don't do this. But she knew her efforts were futile because they were irrational and selfish. Sasuke's stance relaxed slightly and he ran a hand through his unruly, black hair. Look, he said, whether or not I choose to help defeat an enemy of Konoha is not your decision to make. It's my life. And even if I just survive for a few minutes then at least. He paused to release a shaky breath. Sakura stole a glance at his face and noticed that his eyes were bloodshot and held a hollow, steadfast air. There's nothing I can do to change his mind. Sakura turned on her heel and fled as fast as her feet could carry her, just as the tears began to stream down her cheeks and the sobs shook her at her core. He didn't follow. Sakura? Came Mabuki's surprised voice as Sakura slipped into the private hospital room in the inpatient wing. Hello mother, Sakura replied, as if this was their kitchen and not the hospital and as if she were just getting in from a day of training instead of a day of crippling trauma. But of course Mabuki could see right through her. She reached forward and patted the bed, beckoning for Sakura to join her there. And she did. She got to her knees and rested her arms on the bedsheets, then buried her face in them and exhaled sharply. The tears never really had a chance to stop flowing since she left the training grounds and now her eyes and abdominals and heart were aching. Sakura felt her mother's fingers tease through her hair and the gesture was soothing. She appreciated that Mabuki wasn't asking what exactly she was crying about, after all, there were infinite possible reasons at a time like this. So she just stayed there and the two of them shared a silent acknowledgement that right now, Sakura needed to be. Mother has a lot to be sad about too, Sakura thought with a pang of despair. Although she hadn't specifically mentioned it, Sakura knew that her mother had lost friends and colleagues during the war with how many civilians perished by the hand of Orochimaru's terrible disease. And, not to mention, she lost her ability to walk. Although Sakura knew her mother was brave and resilient, this unexpected transition was bound to take a toll. Sakura sat up slightly and wiped her eyes. At least, by returning to her other life, Sakura would give her mother her legs back. At the expense of Sasuke's life, a voice chided at the back of Sakura's mind and she tried to ignore it, her heart pounding and stomach churning. She didn't want to acknowledge what was about to happen. She didn't want to think about him. You'll have to help me find a wheelchair sports league, Mabuki said, cutting the heavy silence. When Sakura glanced up, she was a little surprised to see her mother's small smile. Or at least teach me some seated stretches. I was quite enjoying my new aerobics class but I guess now I need a new game plan. Sakura chuckled, and it squeezed more moisture from her eyes, but it also raised her spirits ever so slightly. Her mother was one of the strongest people she'd ever known. Sakura reached out and grasped Mabuki's hand. Everything always works out in the end, you know. No matter what happens, we'll make the most of it, right? Mabuki said and raising her eyebrows. And Sakura knew she wasn't only referring to her legs. Right, Sakura answered quietly. Look at me, Sakura. She did. Mabuki's green eyes were glossy but the smile lines didn't falter. You're the kind of person who finds comfort in looking to others. You live and breathe through their experiences and fight tooth and nail to help the people around you. That's why I think you'll make a wonderful healer. Sakura's heart clenched. Mabuki squeezed Sakura's hand back. Now I'm not saying to ignore your feelings and your problems, she continued, some of her typical flair creeping into her tone, but look to your friends. Help them. Let them help you and lift each other up. Her smile broadened. You're a strong girl. But I think your strongest power is shining a light for others. Sakura's breath caught in her throat. Mom, she mumbled through a watery smile, words failing her. How does she know? How does she always know just what I need to hear? Ahem. There was a presence in the doorway. Sakura turned and locked eyes with Ino, who was standing unsurely and gripping a bouquet of pale pink roses that were the very same shade as Sakura's hair. Ino pig, tumbled out instinctively. Billboard brow, was the response. Ino's expression softened at the sight of her friend's tear-stained face. Really? Mabuki cut in and folding her arms across her chest. You're still using those awful nicknames, huh? And then they both giggled and Sakura sprang up and threw her arms around her friend as fresh tears began to spill. Thanks for coming by, she mumbled against Ino's shoulder while Ino carefully maneuvered the flowers aside so Sakura wouldn't crush them. Of course I came by. Ino replied with some of her usual spunk and while placing a steadying hand on the small of Sakura's back. And, Mrs. Haruno, you didn't happen to give this nut any of your painkillers, did you? She's acting unusually nice. Mabuki burst into laughter and Sakura groaned shut up, pig, without loosening her hold. By evening, Sakura was feeling somber yet a little rejuvenated after spending quality time with two of the most important women in her life. Her mother was right. Sakura had been drawn to the medical arts in the first place because she thrived on helping others mend things that they couldn't mend alone. Sakura was the person who swooped in when mysterious diseases spread through villages, when comrades suffered from critical injuries, when impoverished towns needed medical support, or when loved ones needed a shoulder to lean on. Sakura pulled a sweater on over her red training dress and set out for the Uchiha compound. She'd come to terms that staying by Sasuke's side was the right thing for her to do no matter how much it hurt. She could only imagine the repercussions of making a spur-of-the-moment choice to die. And though Sasuke was the kind of person who usually chose to isolate himself, if he needed any kind of support right now, she would be there to provide it. When she arrived at Sasuke's flat, while hugging her arms against herself, because she was feeling quite anxious, she knocked on the door. There was no answer. Sakura couldn't detect his chakra either, but also couldn't imagine why he would be concealing it. Where is he then? She thought while her eyes darted around, the tiniest trace of panic welling up inside her. But then she reasoned that Sasuke could be anywhere and this was only the first place she'd looked. So she released a breath and turned away, and just when she began her descent down the balcony steps, while pondering where to search next, she felt a tiny, distant flicker of Sasuke's chakra. Sakura straightened up and twisted her head towards the flicker, the light of the sunset glistening in her wide, green eyes. He's somewhere in the compound. She crept around the base of the balcony steps and turned towards the dark road lined with boarded-up shops and homes, uncharted territory left untouched since the Uchiha massacre half a decade ago. Sakura gulped and tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. She'd never dared cross this boundary into the depths of the ghost town where Sasuke's family used to live. Honestly, she always felt she wasn't allowed to. Sasuke never invited anyone into it, nor did anyone ever express interest in exploring. She took a nervous step forward. Under normal circumstances, she would have stayed put and waited for Sasuke to return home. But this was far from a normal circumstance and Sakura wasn't backing out on her resolve to be the friend that Sasuke needed. Sakura lengthened her stride into the compound, her sandals padding softly against the dirt road. She ignored the dip in temperature now that the surrounding buildings obscured the waning sunlight, and she channeled all of her sensory abilities into finding the source of the flicker of Sasuke's chakra, which was growing nearer with each step she took. Minutes passed as she scoured the empty alleys with her eyes, searching for some sign of a presence nearby, perhaps footprints or a dim light flicked on in one of the buildings. But Sakura had no luck until she reached the road's dead end. The dirt transitioned into an expanse of unkempt grass Sakura had never seen before. There were tall evergreens spotting the outskirts of the field, and beyond it was a humongous body of water, a secluded lake which separated the Uchiha compound from the forest on Konoha's outskirts. And on the edge of the lake was an old boardwalk and an abandoned dock, save a lone figure sitting at the end of it. Found you, Sakura thought, and breaking into a jog before she could think better of it, the cool evening air filling her lungs and tingling her exposed skin. She only slowed her pace when she reached the edge of the dock, gauging if Sasuke was angry with her for trespassing. But he continued staring out at the water without even stirring, though Sakura knew he sensed her there. She took his non-response as an acceptance of her approaching him. Sasuke was wearing a signature blue shirt with an Uchiha crest on the back and white shorts, his bare toes dipped into the water. The sunset painted the water's surface in yellow and orange hues and shimmered across the gentle ripples made by the evening breeze. Sakura treaded carefully as she neared him and kept Kakashi's words in her mind. Sasuke was the type of person who needed space. Did he get enough of it? Was she intruding on something? Well, there was no way of knowing unless she asked. But just as Sakura opened her mouth, Sasuke broke the silence. I never found out about the massacre, he said. She paused and let his words sink in before her heart began to pound with a mixture of relief and sorrow. This was an invitation for her to talk to him about his future self. Sakura promptly slipped off her sandals and sat down beside him, noticing how his body stiffened ever so slightly when she did. You didn't, Sakura confirmed. When Sasuke nodded, she stole a glance at his profile and found that, like her, he wasn't wearing his forehead protector and that there were traces of exhaustion and fear in his eyes. What happened? He asked softly without looking anywhere near her. For a moment, Sakura considered withholding or obscuring the information so it didn't hurt him as badly. But she'd learned her lesson when she failed to tell him about the massacre all that time ago. Sasuke deserved the truth. Orochimaru offered you power and you accepted it to help with your revenge, Sakura said in a much steadier voice than she thought she was capable of. You became trapped in the darkness, and Naruto and I have spent our whole lives trying to pull you back out of it, to bring you home, but... Sakura's voice hitched. But you're probably beyond saving. Sasuke put his head in his hands and Sakura's heart stung. I'm sorry, she whispered, and resisting the urge to reach for him. She wasn't sure how he would react to her crossing physical boundaries in a predicament like this. This is a lot to take in. And I'm sorry I didn't tell you the truth any sooner. It was a mission. You did what you had to do, was Sasuke's blunt response. A moment of silence passed. Thank you for understanding, Sakura said quietly while gazing out at the lake. The silence stretched on. Sasuke didn't ask any more questions, nor did he ask her to leave. And Sakura didn't know what to say or whether she should say anything, until, bravely, she mumbled, Do you actually want to train? Sasuke lifted his head and tilted it to the side to consider her. He sighed and said, Sure. The words "what have I got to lose?" went unspoken. She sat a little higher, invigorated that she might at least provide a distraction from Sasuke's inner turmoil. You want to learn about chakra transmission, right? He also straightened up and his eyes started to come back into focus when they landed on her face. Yeah, I do, he said. Like he was reminding himself. Sakura smiled, pulled off her sweater and unzipped her dress, ignoring Sasuke's perplexed stare. The easiest path for a non-medical ninja to transmit chakra is right to the center of another person's chakra circulation. She shrugged the dress off her shoulders, and then she was just wearing black shorts, a black band around her chest, and a fishnet undershirt, pretty standard kunoichi undergarments. You can reach the center from either the front or the back, Sakura continued, while removing her gloves and placing one hand on her torso, just below the black band, and the other on the corresponding place on her back. Feel for the lowest ribs as your benchmark, and place your hand directly in between them. Sasuke nodded, and though she knew she had his full attention, she noticed his eyes drift lower on her body, to the gruesome scar on her abdomen left behind by Kabuto's impaling. "I'm not practicing on you," he deadpanned. "You said non-medical chakra transmission hurts for the receiver, right?" "Right," Sakura agreed. "And I don't know how to use my chakra in a way that isn't lethal yet," he added. "So let's hone in on that skill," Sakura said with a determined nod and standing up on the water. "You'll start by transferring your chakra into something else, something you can't hurt." She discarded her medical and weapon pouches onto the dock and took another step forward. Sasuke's expression filled with understanding, and he did the same, parting with his weapons and following her onto the water. Sakura turned around to face him when they were a few feet from the dock. "Obviously, we both know how to walk on water. Explain to me how we're doing it," she instructed. He looked towards their feet, which were surrounded by tiny ripples. "We're channeling chakra to our feet," he said. "And then what does the chakra do?" He paused. "It's being released from our feet in rapid pulses, pushing against the water surface so we don't sink." "Exactly," Sakura said, beaming. "But if you were to transmit your chakra into the water particles instead of against them?" Sakura closed her eyes and began the chakra transfer, her body slowly sinking into the water and the ripples around her feet disappearing. She paused when she was ankle deep. "I'm just manipulating my chakra differently," she finished. Sakura sat on the water surface and crossed her legs. Sasuke did the same, watching her attentively. "So I'll know I'm doing it right when I sink and my chakra stops creating ripples," Sasuke said, searching for something tangible to compare his progress to. "Right," Sakura said and smiling. "The first step, as with most new kinds of techniques, is to visualize what you want to do, to meditate and imagine exactly where your chakra will go." And then, eagerly, Sasuke began to practice. The minutes stretched on and Sakura coached him through the technique, providing pointers and holding out steadying hands for when he accidentally cut his chakra off entirely and fell into the water. The third time Sasuke accidentally sank, Sakura couldn't hold in her giggle. Sasuke glared at her while he climbed back out, tore off his soaked shirt and tossed it to the dock. Sorry," she stammered, while covering her mouth with her hand. "You're making great progress. This isn't a technique you'll master in an hour." "How long did it take you to master it?" he asked, and his tone wasn't accusatory, just curious. Sakura shrugged and lay back onto the water's surface, tucking her hands behind her neck to brace it. It was a surreal feeling, hovering on water. Sakura suspected it was comparable to flying. "A few hours," she said. Sasuke smirked and continued practicing with a competitive glint in his eye. She grinned back, suspecting that this practice was bringing him some refuge from his ruminating. And that it was breaking some kind of barrier between them. As the sun finished its descent and its beams became obscured by the distant mountains, Sasuke called it quits and lay back to stare up at the darkening sky. He wasn't quite finished his practice but had made immense progress in transferring small portions of his chakra. "You'll nail it in the next couple of days," Sakura mumbled, and watching him out of the corner of her eye, noticing how the ripples around them collided with each other to cover the lake in glistening, circular patterns. "I'm bound to learn things here, on this lake," he said. "This was where my father taught me to breathe fire." Sakura raised her eyebrows. That was news to her. That was when Sasuke's vigor seemed to fade, and his mood slipped into something rather pensive. Sakura sensed that what he needed most now was for her to listen. "That was one of my few life goals, to master the fireball technique in front of him. And I did it." He chuckled. "Thankfully my bucket list was always pretty short." Sakura's throat constricted at his morbid humor. He was acknowledging, and perhaps even accepting, his impending death. "How are you laughing about this?" Sakura thought in horror while turning away and trying to get a grip over her own emotions. It was hard to support someone when your own feelings were spiraling out of control. But this was exactly how his life was before, wasn't it? Sasuke never wanted an existence that revolved around revenge. It was just something he felt he needed to do, a sacrifice in pursuit of a goal that he felt was greater than him. And this time, it's not his freedom but his life that he's sacrificing. Sakura sat up abruptly, her heart pounding, the emotion striking her harder than any physical blow ever could. She pretended she was rubbing her tear-filled eyes from exhaustion. Sasuke is going to die. Your ex-boyfriend was my future self this whole time. Sakura froze and glanced over to find her teammate frowning up at the sky. No, not my ex-boyfriend, she corrected, her voice coming out shaky. It was unrequited. A bitter, painful laugh escaped her. I mean, obviously. I was never enough for you to stay in Konoha. Then there was pause. Well, he brought it up, she thought, hoping Sasuke would drop the agonizing topic. Let's not talk about this now. Not now that you're about to. So you just, Sasuke started, clearly uncertain of how exactly he would put to words what he wanted to say. And then, quietly, you loved me. A strange anger welled up inside Sakura then. Does he think this is a thing of the past? Does he not get how hard this is for me right now? Not loved, she snapped, the words tumbling out of her mouth before she could think better of it. But then it dawned on her what she'd just done, so she sprang to her feet, wobbling slightly on the water surface. Sakura did not have the emotional bandwidth to face a rejection to an accidental confession of her feelings right now. I'm going to order some food, she stammered and making a beeline for the dock. I'll be back. And as she padded away, splashing a little with each step, she heard Sasuke sit up and sensed his eyes on her back, but that didn't stop her from pulling on her dress and departing in a hurry. When Sakura returned to the Uchiha compound with enough food to feed 10 people, because who cares, the door of Sasuke's flat was unlocked, so she stumbled in and put everything down on the kitchen table. The flat's owner was nowhere in sight, but there was a lingering humidity in the air which indicated that he must have taken a shower recently. It occurred to Sakura that her wet underclothes had soaked through her dress and that a hot shower would be quite refreshing. So she grabbed a towel and some spare clothes from the hallway closet and locked herself in the bathroom. She removed her cold and damp clothes and stepped into the hot water, expecting some relief but receiving just the opposite. Because then she was completely isolated and alone with her thoughts. And it hit her. It really hit her. Her mission, through which she hoped to save him, not only failed but did just the opposite. No, she mumbled and gripping onto the porcelain wall tiles and resting her forehead on the slippery surface. His death is my fault. Her heart shattered. Sasuke's suicide wasn't only his choice, it was hers. She could have chosen to stay in this world and salvage something good from it, with Sasuke at her side, but she didn't. And even if it was the right thing to do, this decision would haunt her and tear her apart for the rest of her days. Eventually she left the shower, feeling far worse than she did when she got into it. After towel drying her hair and slipping on the dry clothes a pair of gray capris and a loose, black sweater, she mopped up her red and puffy eyes to no avail, and stepped out into the hallway. She crept through the flat and quickly deduced that Sasuke wasn't in it. No, he was on the balcony. Sakura slid open the door and stepped outside into the night and noticed the yellow, glowing lanterns hanging above her, the sounds of crickets chirping, and how Sasuke was standing there with his back to her, gripping onto the balcony rail and looking out at the compound. He was wearing black pants and a blue shirt with his family crest stitched on the back. Sasuke glanced over his shoulder at Sakura when she approached, and there was something raw in his expression. He was probably feeling it too now, realizing that his life was nearly over, and perhaps realizing what terrors he might witness if he made it to the future. Daringly, Sakura stood beside him on the balcony's edge and gave the sleeve of his t-shirt a soft tug. And he watched, quietly, as she maneuvered his arm away from the rail and moved to stand in front of him and wrap her arms tightly around his torso. She nuzzled her face into his collarbone and felt the warmth radiating from him seep through her sweater. And when his hands gripped onto her back and he buried his face in her hair, the sobs got caught somewhere in between her chest and throat. And maybe this was just making everything worse. Because their time together was limited and he knew how she felt about him and he wasn't pushing her away this time. She was playing with fire. But medical ninjutsu could heal burns, couldn't it? Sakura wasn't sure how long they stayed like that for, but when her heart rate calmed enough for her to concentrate, she dragged her head upwards to look her teammate in the eye. Sasuke pulled back slightly and did the same. She didn't flinch away like she usually did when they were at such proximities but instead noticed the moonlight and emotion dancing in his dark irises a few inches away. However, staring at him wasn't easy, because she knew it was one of the last times she ever would. Sasuke might have had a similar realization because she felt his breathing catch a little against her chest. She watched his eyes while they scanned every corner of her face. Something like wonder crossed his features and he made the tiniest movement to shake his head. Unable to bear it for a second longer, Sakura closed her eyes, but was startled when Sasuke's hand came up to her jaw, and was even more startled when she felt his mouth against hers, his surprisingly cold lips touching hers slowly, cautiously, like he was afraid she was going to crumble against him. Her body felt numb, but when she somehow found enough sensation to move, she brought her hands up to the base of his neck and tilted her head to properly align their mouths. It didn't take long to find a slow and sad rhythm. Sasuke's hold on her tightened and he pinned her between his body and the balcony rail, his hands moving from her jaw to her shoulders to her hair, like he couldn't afford to leave a part of her untouched. And Sakura greedily pressed her lips to his again and again, completely succumbing to her desperation. Soon Sasuke's mouth drifted to other parts of her face, the corner of her lips, her cheekbone, and finally her forehead, where he chose to linger. While she caught her breath, a puzzling thought occurred to Sakura. Was that on your bucket list? She breathed because as much as it would sting if this moment was nothing but an item being crossed off a list, she wouldn't be surprised. She felt Sasuke smile against her forehead and warm moisture on her hairline, moisture which she vaguely recognized as tears. No, he said, and Sakura's heart stopped and her breathing hitched. That was before you're too old for me. Sakura laughed, a bewildered, delirious laugh that rumbled in her belly and hurt when it escaped her. Because after all this time, her love, a love that transcended time, had finally been returned. But now it was too late. Chapter 38, Cross to Bear. So you have two bodies. Two bodies and one mind. And one path connecting my mind to the two of them, a path paved out by the time travel scroll. Tsunade, Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke were sitting around Tsunade's cramped sitting room table discussing the finer details of the reverse time travel mission, and hypothesizing what might happen to Sasuke in his process of tagging along. But I have two minds, Sasuke piped up. And no path designed for either of them to travel through. So if I hijack a ride with Sakura's mind? There was a pause. One of your minds might survive. The stronger of the two, I would presume, Kakashi speculated. A collective shudder followed, because there was no doubt that it was the older Sasuke who had more strength, mental, physical, or otherwise. Sakura was rubbing her face with her hands, worn out after yet another long day. Okay. But in which body? Wait, you mean, Sasuke began, fumbling over his words as he strained to form coherent thoughts. There's a chance my older mind could take over this body? The others exchanged grave looks. Maybe, Tsunade said. But you'll probably just die. Sasuke felt himself visibly pale. He wasn't sure which of those two outcomes was worse. Sakura turned to him, her green eyes wide with concern. Are you sure you still want to? She began, but Sasuke cut her off. Yes. Because if I take my future self down, this is still worth a shot. No one disagreed with him. The next morning, Sasuke woke up wrapped in a blanket and his teammate. He blinked into the bright sunbeams peeping through the slightly parted curtains on the opposite wall before glancing down at the pink hair draped across his dark shirt. It was a familiar sight, except unlike the time they slept holding each other in the forest of death, he wasn't embarrassed about her reaction to it or about Naruto potentially barging in on them and making false accusations about their predicament. Sasuke smirked and pulled Sakura against him a little tighter. Despite everything that was going on, namely, his impending death, he couldn't help feeling like he won something, though he wasn't sure exactly what it was. Maybe it was that he finally learned the truth of his teammate's puzzling life. Maybe it was because she really did love him all along, like he secretly hoped she did. And maybe, just maybe, It was because he now understood that the echoes of his broken past weren't the only things capable of putting his mind and soul at ease. No, there was something stronger, someone who had been right beside him this whole time, that filled him more completely. So as terrified as he was about what his short future held, he was relieved that he at least managed to come to terms with this. Sakura groaned in her sleep and balled her hands into fists. Sasuke resisted his urge to smooth out the creases between her eyebrows in case he woke her and instead, watched in silence. She was a pretty little thing, he could admit, with her small, pointed nose, her expressive eyes and lips, but that wasn't even what he liked most about her. Sasuke had never been even remotely interested in a conventional romance. In fact, he had defined himself as the exact opposite of a romantic. But there was something undeniably special about their bond that was causing Sasuke to make some startling exceptions. All of a sudden, Sakura pushed away his arms and shot up from the couch like it was on fire. And if Sasuke were anyone but himself, he would have jumped at the motion. But he wasn't, so he just rubbed the sleep out of his eyes and sat up himself. "Nightmare?" he asked, his voice gruff, but instead of answering, Sakura frowned and blinked towards the ground. Raw color rose to her face like she was ashamed of something. Sasuke sighed and ran a hand through his dark hair, annoyed. There was no point in hiding things like this from him, not when it was so obvious that there was something profoundly wrong with Sakura. Night terrors, trembling hands, hypervigilant startle reflexes. And she'd even woken up screaming the previous night. The girl was suffering, like he'd suspected, and it seemed the two of them were even more alike than he previously thought. Now that he understood where she was coming from better, it made even more sense that her traumatic past still haunted her. Kids weren't supposed to live lives like this. But then again, maybe no one was. Sasuke glanced around, like the solution to helping his teammate was somewhere in his living room. When he was having a bad day, he preferred to be left to his own devices, but he doubted that was how she liked to cope. He would have offered her some of his psychopharmaceutic pills if they weren't expired and if he knew what they actually did. Sasuke never found out about the medical properties behind them or whatever, only that he stopped taking them when he realized that the intrusive, traumatic thoughts they blocked would help him focus on his revenge. It had been the wrong thing to do, he now understood, and Sakura's chiding rants about not taking your prescribed medication without consulting a professional is technically medical misuse, you know. Whenever he and Naruto had whined about their antibiotics and vaccinations were clear indicators of that. Maybe those pills would have brought him relief, like the doctors said they would, but he never found out. Sorry about this, again, Sakura mumbled, and Sasuke couldn't for the life of him understand what she was apologizing for. You're ridiculous, was his blunt, and probably not exactly comforting, response, but he compensated for his rudeness by pulling her into a one-armed hug and resting the side of his head against hers. Because I'm cold and she's warm. And because I'm here for her, but I don't want to say it out loud. Sakura seemed to get it. She glanced up and smiled when she met his eyes, and Sasuke's heart stuttered. Thank you, she said, and giving his torso a quick squeeze and his cheekbone an even quicker kiss before straightening up. The skin of Sasuke's face tingled and his stomach did a somersault. She ruffled her sleep-mused hair and stretched her arms above her head, hiking up her pajama shirt and exposing her midriff. Sasuke just watched her in a curious trance when she glanced out the window and said, I have to go. He raised an eyebrow. To work? Sakura turned back to him with a guilty expression. No. Sasuke groaned, his positive feelings fizzling away. You've got to be kidding me, he muttered, and getting up to stretch while Sakura traversed to the linen closet to grab a towel for her shower. This is the last day. I promise, she said, a little pleadingly. And after we'll work on your chakra transferring all night long. It's not about my training, he huffed while trudging to the kitchen to start breakfast. It's about you being used as a pawn in the geezer's revenge schemes. The Hokage, she corrected, though there was some bitterness in her tone as well. And like I said before, I don't really have a choice. If the time travel doesn't work and I end up stuck here. Yeah, Sasuke grumbled while he reached for a frying pan and plopped it on the stovetop. He heard Sakura sigh before closing the bathroom door behind her. He released a frustrated breath, blowing a stray strand of hair away from his face. The goddamn revenge-obsessed Hokage was using Sakura's budding reputation to his advantage in what Sakura said he was calling the psychological war. And maybe Sasuke was being a bit of a hypocrite, because up until just weeks ago, he would have done pretty much anything in pursuit of his own revenge. So he had no place to act like he was all enlightened and above it all, but still. Sakura had no place in any of this either, especially because it was sucking up so much of her precious time in their numbered days left together. He created a disease to send us a message, to destabilize us, Sasuke had read in the international press yesterday afternoon from an interview with Sakura just that morning. And it wasn't Sakura's voice but Sarutobi's that he imagined speaking the words, but Konoha and its allied nations stand as tall and unified as ever before. If Orochimaru believes he can scare us with a disease that I, a teenage girl, could cure as a genin, then he has something coming. Upon reading the article, Sasuke felt some pride over his teammates' achieved respect, but the combative undercurrents of the situation had greater sway on his overall impression of it. The third Hokage wasn't only trying to bring some semblance and relief to his own people, but to spark future conflict. Of that Sasuke was certain. He was challenging Orochimaru, daring him to try again, while Konoha assembled troops to lie in wait, bloodthirsty and prepared to annihilate. Sasuke's knowledge of the third Hokage's role in the Uchiha massacre, however faint, indicated as much. Either Sarutobi didn't know a thing about the massacre or he let it happen, and Sasuke strongly suspected the latter. Sakura had a point though, about playing along with his schemes in the meantime. Because if, for whatever reason, Tsunade's serum failed to transport them to the future and they remained in this world, openly rejecting the Hokage's orders would rouse suspicions. So, as much as Sasuke was pissed off about this arrangement, with Sakura leaving for 2 straight days to receive media training and engage in interviews with the press, there wasn't much that he, or anyone, could really do about it. Sakura returned from her shower just as Sasuke was serving the food onto their plates. He glanced up to find her hair dry and groomed, her stare cold and focused, and her pristine chinen vest pulled on over dark clothes. "Thank you for breakfast," she said sweetly, though the smile didn't quite meet her eyes. Sasuke suspected she was dreading the day as much as he was, if not more. He grunted in response and took his seat across from her. "He's dead in the future, by the way." Sasuke looked up and raised his eyebrows, prompting her to elaborate. "The third. Orochimaru killed him." Sakura was staring determinedly at the egg she was prodding at with her chopsticks. And Sasuke fought to hide the sadistic relief that passed through him at this tidbit of information. "Who is the 5th Hokage, then?" he asked. Her face tinted the slightest bit pink. "Tsunade-sama." Sasuke connected the dots and his jaw nearly dropped. "You're the Hokage's apprentice," he deduced. "Yeah. So you'll become the next Hokage." But Sakura shook her head and swallowed the food she had been chewing. "Naruto will become the next Hokage," she corrected. Sasuke's chest tightened. "Of course." He stared at his plate and mumbled, "You make sure he does." Sasuke spent the remainder of the morning puttering around and doing whatever he could to keep himself busy. After tidying up his flat, he paid a visit to Naruto at the hospital. His stay didn't last long, however, because Naruto's breathing was too weak to keep up a proper conversation and Tsunade kicked Sasuke out to conduct a checkup after only a minute. He begrudgingly abided and stalked out into the hallway with his hands in his pockets, and before he could think better of it, ventured to the less critical and patient wing and knocked on the door of Mabuki's room. "Sasuke Uchiha? Is that you?" said woman greeted upon him entering and glancing up from the magazine in her hands. Mabuki was lying in her hospital bed leisurely, propped up by pillows, and the window was ajar to let in a gentle breeze. Assortments of colorful flowers lined the windowsill. And Sasuke suddenly felt kind of stupid for showing up without flowers of his own. "Oh well. It's too late to turn back now. Come in and have a seat," Sakura's mother said with a smile, her familiar green eyes crinkling around the edges. "How are you doing?" "Fine," he lied. "And you?" Mabuki chuckled. Well, I've been better, she said, and Sasuke couldn't quite repress his smirk. But I'll make it work, we'll all make it work. We always do. Yeah, he agreed, and wishing he felt a quarter of the optimism she did. It's really thoughtful of you to come by, she babbled on. You make my daughter very happy, you know that? And if she's happy, I'm happy. Sasuke didn't know how to reply. And I know she can be a bit emotional sometimes, but please just stay with her and give her the reassurance she needs. I can tell you're a good kid, just a bit rough around the edges. And I want to see you around more often. How about dinner next weekend, when I'm out of this damn place? She looked at Sasuke expectantly, with the sternness of a protective mother. Sasuke wasn't entirely sure why his tear ducts were stinging or his voice came out hoarse when he said, sure. Sasuke left the hospital room in a heavy trance, after about 5 more minutes of politely listening to Sakura's mother, and in the privacy of the hallway, he stopped to catch his breath. He would never make it to dinner at the Harunos, a wholesome and welcoming family of which he might have become a part. However, in his heart, Sasuke knew he was making the right choice. Sakura's mother and Naruto deserved better fates than this, and he could give them one if he just sacrificed his own. It wasn't fair, but life and the ninja occupation he signed up for weren't fair. It was just unfortunate that Sasuke's crosses had always been particularly heavy ones to bear. Sasuke spent the afternoon practicing transferring his chakra because, for him, there was something inherently calming about the ninja arts. Despite the dreary circumstances that surrounded most of his life, Sasuke always got a thrill out of mastering a new technique. And especially a technique that symbolized him using chakra for helping for the first time ever. Kakashi dropped by Sasuke's flat for the briefest of visits, a rare occurrence in and of itself, because the Hokage was having the Jonin do all sorts of things for him these days. Sasuke suspected that his sensei just wanted to see if his student was still up and about. And that suited Sasuke just fine because he would much rather spend his time training than conversing, as much as he appreciated Kakashi's concern. Yesterday, Sasuke mastered transferring chakra into water, and now he was working on moving it through more solid things, like rubber water bottles filled with water and even glass jars. He blew up 2 bottles and 4 jars before he got the hang of it, with the help of his new intel on the composition of molecules and various materials he learned from Sakura's heap of textbooks. And once he hoped, he had the technique down pat, after hours of utterly exhausting mental and physical effort, Sasuke decided to do something a little stupid and reckless. His steadily growing ego pulled him into his bathroom, staring at his shirtless torso through the mirror and with a glowing hand hovering over his abdomen. Am I ready for this? He thought, because even if his death was imminent, running himself through with his own chakra-laden hand sure wasn't on his bucket list. Is this going to hurt? Should I take the risk? He did. Sasuke's intrigue over his newfound skills and the challenge of maneuvering his chakra through a human body made his mind up for him. Next thing he knew, his hand was pressed to his abdomen just where Sakura and her textbooks told him to, right between his bottom ribs, where he knew his largest chakra point, the center of his chakra circulation, resided. And it didn't hurt one bit. Sure, it felt weird, like having the contents of a particularly large syringe pushed into your body, but it was his own chakra, so it blended with the rest of it seamlessly, as if it had never even left his body in the first place. Well, that was promising. But what about when he transferred chakra into someone else? I'm home. Sasuke glanced up at the voice. And then he bristled with excitement because he knew just what the next logical step in his training was. He pulled on his shirt and dashed out into the hall to find Sakura removing her sandals in his doorway. She stopped to shoot him a perplexed stare when he flash-stepped directly in front of her. Hi, she said unsurely and folding her arms over her Chunin vest. Her eyes were a little puffy and she looked exhausted from what Sasuke presumed was yet another dreadfully long day. I have something to show you, he said, wasting no time cutting to the chase. His teammate opened her mouth, like she was considering protesting, but then her muscles relaxed. You're ready to transfer chakra? She asked, some of that musical energy entering her tone. Instead of answering, Sasuke dragged her into the living room, where there was far more space. He squared himself up with her and paused. Will it hurt less to go from the front or the back? He asked. In reference to the direction he would aim for her chakra center from. Doesn't matter, she said with a shrug. And so, Sasuke chose to stand behind her and channel his chakra through her back, so when it caused her discomfort, he wouldn't have to see it written on her face. He aligned their bodies, raised a hand and realized they had a problem. Can you take off your, he started, trying to pull off the question casually. But it didn't work. Pervert, Sakura mumbled while shooting him a sly grin and shrugging off her Chunin vest. Sakura, he snapped as color rose in his face. Focus, focus, Sasuke chanted to himself, while closing his eyes and erasing all thoughts of that damned jutsu Naruto used on him in the Forest of Death. I'm kidding, she said with a giggle and lifting up the back of her shirt so he wouldn't have to force his chakra through any fabric. Show me what you got. Sasuke shook his head and thought about Sarutobi and weapons and cats and just about anything else he could come up with to clear his head. And finally, he felt like he was as ready as he would ever be, so he placed his palm flat on her back, felt for her lowest ribs, and ignored the nagging thought that if he messed this up, he could do some serious damage to her spine. He gave her a tiny spritz of his chakra, and the procedure was seamless. Oh yeah. That worked, Sakura grunted once he retreated his hand and she pulled her shirt back down. It feels uncomfortable? He asked, concerned, though he was also swimming with pride. Well, it is a weird feeling, she said and turning around to face him. She held her chin and glanced up, searching for the right words. Your chakra is heavier than my own, I guess. Coarser, moves with more strength and urgency. Unlike mine, which is finer and easier to manipulate. Sasuke smirked. That explains your affinity for perfect chakra control, he said. She shrugged. I guess you're right. And then there was a pause. Sasuke watched the light vanish from her irises and her lips come together in a thin line. His excitement fizzled out and his heart began to pound. I'm sorry, Sakura started and swallowing hard. There never will be a good time to bring this up. Sasuke thought. He had a hunch he knew where this was going. The serum will be ready tomorrow morning. They had a quiet, somber evening. Sakura ordered takeout and once they finished eating, Sasuke lit a fire and they put on a pot of tea and shared it from opposite ends of the sitting room couch. Sasuke could tell she didn't know the best way to go about interacting with him, and he offered her no indication because he himself didn't have a clue. She asked if he needed more time, if tomorrow morning was too soon, but he refused to wait because the longer it took to tear off this band-aid, the longer it would hurt for. There's no point in waiting, he said. All right, Sakura answered, something empty and painful entering her voice. We'd better refrain from using any chakra tonight. It'd be best if we wake up tomorrow with the biggest reserves we're capable of. Sasuke agreed. He took a sip of his tea and cast a glance at his teammate, who was staring deliberately out the window and clasping and reclasping her hands. Her silence was making him feel infinitely worse. Why did you scan your brain? He asked. What? Sasuke swallowed and tried again. I'm just. Now that I know where you come from. Why did you insist on us breaking into the hospital back then? Sakura blinked and then her face softened. It appeared she was relieved to have the silence broken and diffuse some of the relentless, looming tension. Because brains change shape as we grow and acquire knowledge, she explained. And I don't feel any less knowledgeable in this life as I did in my other one, so I wanted to check how old my brain was. And it's older. Because of your healing chakra. Something like that. And then she smiled. So Sasuke continued to question her. He asked about how the Land of Waves mission, the Chunin exams, and the Bell test panned out in her old life, what he and she has been like, without the existence of a time travel mission, about the state of the village, about what happened to Team 7 after he left it. And throughout his questioning, Sasuke and Sakura shifted towards each other along the couch until his arm was around her and her head was pressed against his shoulder. He only stopped inquiring when he noticed her breathing hitch and suspected that the talking was becoming painful. If she actually loved him as much as he was starting to realize she did, this was probably quite a distressing situation for her too. I think I'll need one of your strongest sleeping pills tonight, he mumbled into her hair. Sakura chuckled, and then there was a pause wherein she stroked his scalp with delicate fingers and nestled her face into the pit of his neck. Sasuke wished he could live a little longer just for more of this. You know how we talked about saving the world together when we're ANBU? She asked. He grunted in affirmation. Yeah. Pick off the enemies on your hit list. I remember. Well, we're still going on an adventure to save the world, when you think about it, she whispered, her voice shaking. Just not quite the one we had in mind. In the morning, Sasuke felt like he was walking to the Chunin exam arena for another round of heavily spectated fights, except instead there was nothing ceremonious about it, with how he was wearing normal training gear, a blue shirt and white shorts with his sword fastened to the belt around his waist. Familiar, unsuspecting neighbors waved at him as they would on any other day. Unbeknownst to everyone in Konoha, save the handful who had been present in Naruto's hospital chamber during Sakura's disclosure, this world was ending today. Sasuke didn't have a clue if he would be killed the instant they tried to send him through time, if his mind would be overpowered by and lost to his future self, or if, God forbid, he would survive to get a glimpse of the horrific future world Sakura had described. The time-traveling procedure wasn't anything glamorous. In fact, it took place in the foyer of Tsunade's shabby, temporary flat. Sakura was there, of course, Kakashi came by to see them off, and Shizune, Tsunade's assistant, had also joined. Everything proceeded a little too quickly, like Sasuke was being rushed out of the waiting room and into a painful, dreaded hospital procedure. As much as he wanted this band-aid off, a part of him wished he got a few more minutes to savor the moments leading up to the pain. Sasuke and Sakura were instructed to sit beside each other on the floor, shoulder and shoulder, and to pull open the time travel scroll together when Tsunade gave the signal. Kakashi and Shizune would be responsible for injecting the strange, blue serum into a major artery in their necks, while Tsunade would transmit regenerative strength of 100 chakra into Sasuke in hope that it might keep him alive for a bit longer. If you live to see the future, whatever you do, don't use ninjutsu. No Chidorus or fire releases, and even refrain from using your Sharingan. Your chakra will be your life force, and I suspect you don't want it exhausted any faster than it has to be, Tsunade explained. Okay, he said, his voice monotone. He had a sneaking suspicion that Tsunade and the others, save Sakura and maybe Kakashi, secretly didn't mind if he died, if it meant taking out his future self in the process. So this chakra transfer was probably just a courtesy. Sakura turned to him. You should know, before we get there, she said, clearly taking an optimistic Sasuke will survive stance, that I just jumped out of a window in the future. I'm being chased. By Orochimaru? Sasuke asked, his heart pounding. No. Tsunade-sama should be keeping Orochimaru at bay. Your future self is the one after me. Sasuke nodded and felt his face pale. This is happening. You ready? Yes, they answered simultaneously, though Sasuke certainly wasn't ready, nor would he ever be, so what did it matter? He didn't have enough information about the situation he was being thrust into to strategize about it. The next series of events were a blur. Tsunade placed her hands on Sasuke's shoulders and spiraling, black marks twisted along her body and crossed over his own arms and torso. Her monstrous energy bled through the marks and straight into his chakra circulation, and the sensation was both exhilarating and dizzying. Kakashi crouched beside Sasuke and poised the syringe, filled with electric blue liquid, over his neck. I'm proud of you, he mumbled so only the Uchiha heir could hear it. Sasuke opened his eyes a fraction wider but didn't have it in him to respond. Now. Open the scroll. They did. Good luck, was the last thing Sasuke heard, and he wasn't entirely sure who said it, but then there was a tingling sting in his neck and the world began to shift out of proportion, the walls caving in and twisting, black spots clouding his vision, all sound muffling, the ground disappearing from beneath him. And an unrivaled pain consuming him. An imploding pressure began crushing his body, his organs, his bones, from all angles, like he was being forced into an impossibly small space, not designed for a physical being to pass through. He wanted to scream but he couldn't. In fact, he couldn't do anything at all because aside from pain, he couldn't feel a thing. Sasuke couldn't see, couldn't breathe, couldn't keep his chakra contained as he lost his worldly senses. A mind without a body, or was it a body without a mind? He didn't know, nor did he care. What mattered was that he was reconnected with a vessel, some containment, something to save him from this dizzying and painful non-existent abyss. He slammed into a solid surface. And despite it hurting, quite a lot, mind you, there was an inherent relief in being returned to the world of the senses. Sasuke was lying on the ground and didn't have a clue where he was or what was going on. He blinked through the darkness until his vision came into focus, illuminating the night sky overhead, the familiar towering buildings, the billowing smoke, the twinkling shards of glass scattered around him. He inhaled sharply. I think. Sasuke stirred, ignoring the sharp nausea and debilitating dizziness. He was in Konoha. But a different Konoha. The air was murkier, thicker, the ground beneath him rumbled ominously, and chakra presences flared threateningly in the distance. It worked. Speaking of which, Sasuke could feel his own chakra supply steadily and aggressively depleting, like it was physically incapable of being contained. And at this rate, if he didn't get his expelling chakra under control, it was a race against time for it to all be spent and for him to die. Using every shred of his strength, he propped himself up on his arms, his body as heavy as lead. So my mind survived the trip to the future. And he was alive, albeit in bad shape. But one pressing question remained. Which body am I in? Sasuke brought one of his hands close to his face and was startled to find it flickering in and out of focus, like a ghostly hologram or light bulb that had reached the end of its course, or was that just his vision giving way? And it was, most definitely, his usual hand. The hand of a young teenage boy. That was when he noticed emotion on his left and he snapped his head around and clambered to his feet, ignoring his lightheadedness. Sakura was there and watching him expectantly with a wide, worried stare. She was, he presumed, the older Sakura, who looked to be about the same height as him, in a body covered by dark garments and a chunin vest. She was strikingly prettier somehow, with how she seemed to have grown into her eyes and forehead and filled out her vest. Sakura was weak though, her chakra faint and black marks creeping from her forehead in criss-crossing patterns down her neck. Sasuke wondered if him joining her in time travel had taken an extra toll on her. You're still you? She breathed and looking him up and down. Sasuke nodded, failing to find the words. And then there was a distinct smell of burning. Sasuke and Sakura glanced down with alarm, towards the source of the potent scent, and quickly deduced that it was coming from the time travel scroll Sakura was clutching. She dropped it with shock and took a shaky step back, just as it was engulfed in eerie blue flames and crumbled to ashes. The scroll blew away in the wind and disappeared entirely, along with the other world. And Sasuke didn't even get a second to weigh the implications of his entire life crumbling away because something wrapped tightly around his ankles. Sasuke's head snapped down and then he saw the snakes, coiling up his legs and locking him in place with their scaly, muscular torsos. Sakura's gasp indicated that she was trapped by them too. Orochimaru? He thought as an enormous, frightening, but distinctly familiar, chakra signature rolled onto the scene. But no, it wasn't Orochimaru who was staring down at them from the ledge of a shattered window in a demolished building, with deadly, all-consuming chakra that rippled through the vicinity and crimson eyes filled with deep-seated malice and bloodthirst. No. It was himself. But it was no mirror reflection. It wasn't just his size, his mature features, or even his Orochimaru-esque attire that captured Sasuke's attention in that moment. No, it was the fearsome, haunting expression that adorned his older self's face, an expression devoid of feeling, of life worth living, that kept Sasuke frozen, petrified, in place. His older self wasn't wearing a shirt, revealing the unusual angle his wrist was bent at, the empty sheath at his hip. It seemed Kenjutsu was something Sasuke was always meant to learn, and the dark garments covering the rest of him. Despite his all-encompassing fear in that moment, however, Sasuke could sense his older self's chakra draining at just as fast a pace as his own. Sasuke placed a hand over his abdomen and stared down at himself, dumbstruck that both of his bodies were present in a single time dimension, however temporarily. This was a glitch of some kind, no doubt, but it seemed the laws of nature knew they couldn't coexist here and it was eating away at their energies. So maybe this is going to work. We're both going to die. But his hopeful thought was short-lived because then he was being held up by the throat of his shirt. Sasuke's older self flash-stepped a distance he didn't know ninjas were capable of, and in that instant, Sasuke felt his own chakra expel, as if their chakra circulations were connected somehow and he himself had cast the jutsu. Older Sasuke snarled, his grip on Sasuke's collar tightening. What is the meaning of this? He hissed, his voice low and dangerous. His Sharingan were activated and glancing between Sasuke and Sakura, probably discerning if he was caught in a genjutsu. You might want to be careful with him, Sakura said bravely, her hand dipping into her weapon's pouch. This isn't an illusion. I'm you, Sasuke spat, trying out an offensive front. And if something happens to me, it might happen to both of us, he half-bluffed because that outcome wasn't off the table yet. Sasuke might be nothing but a shadowy, flickering existence, but he was certain that his body was flesh and blood and that his chakra circulation was connected to his older self somehow. Older Sasuke lowered him slowly and the subtlest flicker of fear crossed his features, perhaps a flicker undetectable to anyone but Sasuke himself. After taking a step back, older Sasuke shook his head and closed his eyes in calculation. When he reopened them, they were crimson and locked on Sakura. And then she was on the ground. The events that happened next unfolded in such rapid succession that it reminded Sasuke of the time he faced his brother in the Land of Rivers, when 1 second he was in a ring of black flames, and the next he was trapped in a Tsukuyumi. Except this time, Sasuke was pulled into his older self's genjutsu, one that surrounded and concealed both of them from the outside world with an ominous, blue haze. Sakura, the village and the night sky all vanished from view. It was just Sasuke and his older self. And Sasuke had to do everything in his power to keep himself from dropping to his knees. Because whatever genjutsu his older self was using was taking a hit on both of their chakra reserves. Do you realize you're killing us faster by using so much chakra up? Sasuke growled and balling his hands into fists. He was starting to feel faint, his heart and lungs aching and straining. His question went ignored. Sasuke gritted his teeth. What did you do to Sakura? He tried again. To his slight surprise, his older self answered. She's alive. I'll finish her off later, he said, all emotion masked from his voice. It was a terrible, unprecedented sensation to gaze upon what had become of himself in the future, a cold and broken criminal who was determined to conceal his true motives from everyone but himself. Which is why if anyone has a shot at figuring them out, maybe it's me. Older Sasuke didn't seem to know quite what to do, whether to trust Sasuke's claims or to kill him on the spot, so he began circling like a hunting feline. And Sasuke swore he'd never felt so terrified in his entire life. Attacking me is futile, you know, he shot out daringly, fighting to keep his voice from wavering. Older Sasuke didn't respond, but rather, asked, why are you here? I traveled through time to kill us, Sasuke answered bluntly yet honestly, and feeling a chill crawl up and down his spine. It was now taking twice the effort to breathe and he wanted nothing more than to double over and succumb to the steadily increasing pain. He suspected he hardly had the chakra to produce a meager flame. He also suspected that his future self felt the same way. The snakes were gone and the genjutsu around them was already waning. But neither of them were ready to let their guards down around each other. Something dangerous flashed across older Sasuke's face. Perhaps it was dawning on him that Sasuke was telling the truth, that this was real, that they were both indeed dying and there was nothing he could do about it. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. And more importantly, why are you here? Older Sasuke paused to glare at his counterpart. You wouldn't understand, he said in an extremely familiar, dismissive tone. Try me, Sasuke prodded. I'm not the kid you remember. I come from a different life, a life where I learned the truth of the Uchiha massacre before it was too late. There was an alarm jolt in older Sasuke's chakra as something fearsome filled his eyes. Got him. That's right, I got Itachi to admit the truth before I went off the rails and messed everything up like you did. Did you ever find out? Did you ever find out he was Ino? Shut up, his older self hissed threateningly, but Sasuke had nothing to lose. Did you really waste your entire life chasing a deluded G? But Sasuke wasn't able to finish because his future self struck him. It was a sharp, direct punch to the jaw that snapped Sasuke's head back and sent him crashing to the ground, skidding along the dirt. And God, did it ever hurt with his body already being in such a weakened state. The impact, however, brought older Sasuke to his knees. It appeared he too was nearing his end. Sasuke rolled to his side, sloppily, and coughed out a mouthful of blood before clambering to a crouched position. He cast a perplexed look at his older self. You did it, didn't you? He asked slowly, the puzzle pieces coming together. There was only one explanation for his older self's outlandish reaction. You killed Itachi. And when older Sasuke didn't answer, Sasuke felt white-hot rage ripple through his blood. You did. You fucked everything up. He loved you, loved us. It was taking everything he had to raise his voice and not tremble. Now look at where revenge has gotten you. Older Sasuke glanced up, dark eyes narrowed clearly without the strength to use his Sharingan anymore. His muscles were visibly clenching and perspiration lined his brow. You sound like them, he seethed, but the tiniest of wavers in his voice indicated that he was concealing some carefully masked emotion. And to answer your earlier question, I'm here to kill the Hokage, a relative of the third, a council member who remained silent while our family was slaughtered. I'm here to crush everyone he knew and loved just like he did to us. A fiery edge entered his tone, but Sasuke knew the facade was cracking. His vision was bleary, his head was spinning, but Sasuke was determined to spend his dying breaths compelling his future self to see reason. But then where will that get you? He tried again. Sasuke could feel his neck become lined with Orochimaru's curse mark, as one of his final sources of chakra whirled to life. And then he felt an unusual pulse reverberate in his skull. He froze in place, bewildered, because it didn't feel like a usual bodily sensation, like an organ giving way, but something purely mental. All light dimmed and sound obscured, and at first, Sasuke thought that maybe this was death. But then he saw something in his mind's eye, a series of fleeting images, of memories, that weren't his own. He remembered, somehow, as if the events had actually happened, placing Sakura's unconscious body on a bench near Konoha's outskirts and a painful guilt clawing through his chest, remembered feeling the tight, fleshy insides of Naruto's chest squeeze around his arm as he impaled his best friend with a chidori, and wishing more than anything, that it didn't have to end this way, remembered standing over Itachi's body in a torrential downpour, staring down at his own bloodied hands, as an empty, unsatisfied ache settled in his gut. And, above all, he remembered feeling a need. A need to fill a void that, no matter what he did, only seemed to widen and strengthen and trap him within its confines. As quickly as they appeared, the memories faded. Sasuke stared at his older self from his position crouched on the ground and found an expression of utter horror plastered on his face, an expression which mirrored his own. Did we just exchange memories? A sudden, manic surge of confidence filled Sasuke then as he watched blood spill between his older self's lips. You and I both know you don't want to kill Sakura, Sasuke growled, and using the last of his energy to crawl nearer. He tasted blood at the back of his own throat and felt the hot liquid trickle from his nose. Older Sasuke shook his head and reached to wipe the blood from his chin, his broken wrist visibly trembling. Without meeting Sasuke's gaze, he whispered, then you and I both know why I need to get rid of her. I get it. Right. You want to forget her. Forget everything you felt for her. Forget about the path you secretly wished you followed. You think killing her will help you accomplish that? Sasuke laughed. I bet you still hate killing as much as I do now. But there's one thing that's different between you and me. I've found something even stronger than the voices of our past. Older Sasuke met his eyes and there was something raw and calculating held in them. He knows what I'm talking about. He knows that I'm. Sasuke stopped his crawl when he was just a few feet from his older self, panting and trembling all over. His throat was constricting, his thoughts were glazing over, and his heart rate quickening. Older Sasuke finally lowered his hands to the ground, defeated, the last of his strength diminishing. But, he began, his voice unsteady. But it's too late for us. And in the light of the Genjutsu shield, just before it broke, Sasuke caught sight of the glistening tear as it trailed down his older self's dirt-stained face. Sasuke was struck by a pang of dread. His heart ached and his chest tightened. Because he saw it then, in the final seconds of his life, that maybe Sakura was wrong. Maybe his older self wasn't beyond saving. Maybe there was hope for him, for the future of the Uchiha clan, despite the winding, misguided path his future self was lost on. Shit, Sasuke thought. It wasn't exactly the most opportune moment to realize he wanted to save his older self, here on their deathbed. So he did the only thing left that he knew how to do and pushed his counterpart upright and slammed his own palms against his older self's abdomen. Sasuke charged every remaining shred of his chakra into his hands and closed his eyes. They never opened again. Chapter 39 in Tandem. So the key is to strike a balance and a precise one at that. Some people even track it on a daily basis to make sure that everything stays in proportion. And, are you still paying attention? Huh? Oh. Yes sir, sensei sir. Naruto lied through his teeth while forming a salute and plastering on a grin. Kakashi rolled his eyes while inching his steaming bowl of ramen a little closer. Then what was I talking about? He asked in a signature bored tone. Naruto blanched. Crap. He'd been so focused on his sensei's table etiquette, namely, when he planned to take off his damn mask and reveal his ever-mysterious face that he hadn't listened to a word of the wisdom being imparted on him. The importance striking a chord. A balance. A balance, in your chakra. Diet. In your diet, to be the best ninja? Naruto peered up at his sensei sheepishly, aware that he completely butchered that last bit. It wasn't often that he found himself in one-on-one situations with Kakashi, especially since the old Team 7 disbanded. Not to mention, the village had been in total upheaval for the past several months and Naruto and Kakashi had been quite preoccupied with their respective duties. Konoha had taken a hefty beating from Pain's assault and only now were the final reparations being polished off. But Kakashi just chuckled and rolled his eyes. Even after all this time, you haven't changed a bit, Naruto. He beamed. Damn right I haven't, Naruto agreed because he really did pride himself in having always been awesome and always being awesome. But. Except that I'm a hell of a lot stronger now, eh? Right, Kakashi said with a smile while turning towards his meal. Now he's definitely going to take off the. Naruto? Care for a second bowl? A voice interrupted. Naruto snapped his head around. What do you? He started only to realize that he was now staring into the kind face of Tucci, the ramen shop owner who had been serving him his favorite meal since he was a child. Oh. Yes, of course, thanks. He said cheerily before turning back to the object of interest. Only to find that Kakashi's bowl was now empty. And his mask was back on. Naruto was on his feet in an instant, waving an accusatory finger in his sensei's face. You have got to be kidding me. He cried in anguish. Because how did he miss it again? Just how? That was when the drapes obscuring the ramen bar from the darkening streets outside was yanked open. Kakashi swiveled around on his stool and Naruto curiously glanced in the direction of the disturbance. It was Sai in the entryway. And instantly, Naruto detected that something was off with him. He was, somehow, even paler than usual and his lips were pulled into a thin line. Naruto. Sensei, Sai said before glancing over his shoulder, like he was afraid of being overheard. Naruto and Kakashi exchanged confused glances before turning back to their teammate. The ramen bar was deserted, save Tucci and his daughter, who were working in the kitchen and out of earshot. Sai leaned inwards, his dark eyes flitting between the other two before he said, in a hushed tone, I noticed something suspicious in the forest outskirts. Like what? Naruto asked while Kakashi's eyebrows furrowed. After an uncharacteristically hesitant pause, Sai was usually quite direct and composed, he said, strange chakra and unusual distortions in my surroundings. I almost toppled right off my ink summon while I was finishing up my surveillance shift. Distortions? Naruto repeated. Kakashi ran a thumb and forefinger along his chin. Do you think it was the work of a genjutsu? He speculated, but Sai was already shaking his head. No, he said flatly and peering out at the dark road through the slightly parted drapes. Though it seemed like my senses were being manipulated somehow, I couldn't detect any traces of genjutsu. Naruto scrunched up his face in concentration. Manipulation of the senses? One of the few times he could recall encountering anything like that was sound ninjas? Kakashi proposed, stealing the words right out of Naruto's mouth. Sai frowned. Maybe. I'll have a look, Naruto said, his expression mirroring that of his teammate. In his experience, sound ninjas could only be associated with bad news. If a sound village spy crossed the border, surely he was up to no good. But thankfully, Naruto's recent skill in using Sage Mode allowed him to scan chakra signatures across vast distances, so if anything was out of place, he'd pick it out for sure. After Kakashi slapped a wad of money down onto the counter, the three of them slipped past the drapes and into the coolness of night befalling them. Stars dotted the sky and a crescent moon simmered through a haze of clouds, casting long shadows on the quiet village streets. Naruto pulled his hands together into the required hand signs, feeling the delicate senjutsu chakra roar to life and roll beneath his skin, heightening each of his senses exponentially. Then he froze, utter disbelief crossing his features. Naruto? Sai inquired, and there was a cautious edge in his tone. Do you detect sound ninjas? Asked Kakashi. It took a moment for Naruto to calm his thoughts and steady his breathing enough to voice what he was sensing. Hundreds of them. Minutes later, Naruto was racing towards the dark forest on Konoha's outskirts, preparing to meet the invaders head-on. Immediately after confiding in Kakashi and Sai that he sensed the approaching enemies, Sai conjured up an ink summon in the shape of a giant bird and made a break for the Hokage Tower to warn Tsunade, while Kakashi and Naruto rushed to the forest to intercept the potential attackers. But just as they reached the edge of the looming trees, Naruto realized they had a dilemma. There are two clusters of them, he growled. One straight ahead and one slightly to the east. A grim expression graced his sensei's face as Kakashi lifted his head protector to reveal the haunting, crimson glow of his Sharingan. We'd better split up then, he reasoned, taking an authoritative air. Damn it, Naruto growled while creating two shadow clones, one to accompany Kakashi and another to send back to the village to warn Sai and Tsunade of the new intel. He was quite confident in his and his sensei's abilities, but there was an inherent discomfort in knowing that he was about to face an army completely on his own. And not just any army, an army from sound. Reinforcements should be sent after us soon enough, Kakashi said, and turning his attention back to the vast expanse of trees before them. He crouched, preparing to propel forward. We'll distract them in the meantime. I'll take the east. And then, with the faintest rustle of tree branches, he was gone, with one of Naruto's clones on his tail. The other clone raced back in the direction from which they came. Roger that, Naruto said under his breath, while igniting his senjutsu chakra once more and biting back an uncharacteristic disquieted sensation stirring inside him. Something wasn't right about this whole thing. What could sound want with Konoha at a time like this? Well, it wasn't the time to ruminate on the specifics. The objective now was to keep those freaks far away from the village, which, Naruto suspected, was anything but ready for another assault. With that driving thought in mind, Naruto darted through the trees, using chakra to cushion his steps and strengthen each stride. The icy air rushed past him as he navigated through the thick branches and tangled roots. He relied on his acute sensory abilities to pinpoint the clearest path to the enemies ahead. You see, Sage Mode was going to take Naruto a hell of a long time to get used to, and only recently had he really gotten the hang of using it for a specific purpose, such as to track down distant attackers. Sage Mode was noisy, chaotic, and overpowering. After all, becoming hyper-aware of how everyone nearby who he cared about was faring was pretty distracting, especially for a person as other-oriented as Naruto. And especially at a time like this, as he felt an imbalance in the village's energy. There was a rift of chakras flaring, as fear and panic washed through the vicinity. He gritted his teeth and forced his attention on what lay ahead, a cluster of sound ninjas stalk still in a bed of bushes, undoubtedly expecting his arrival. Better not keep them waiting, Naruto thought with a smirk. He was never one for stealth. Diving pell-mell into the bushes while belting out a fearsome battle cry, Naruto took down every single enemy with a series of swift kicks and punches before they even had a chance to consider retaliating. They collapsed to the forest floor with a chorus of grunts and thuds. But the victory was short-lived, because then Naruto was surrounded. "What are you rats doing around here?" he snarled while brandishing a kunai at his soon-to-be opponents. They were dressed in dark, hooded cloaks, but through them, Sound Village head protectors gleamed in the moonlight. I don't recall anyone extending the entire Sound Village army an invite. So why don't you mind your own business, and I'll let you go without a fuss, huh? But the Sound Ninjas weren't talkers. Nor did they seem interested in a negotiation. A fight ensued. Naruto sprang into the air as the swarm of enemies converged, producing 3 additional clones in the process. It was a classic hand-to-hand battle of taijutsu and weapon throwing, and though the enemies weren't particularly challenging ones to defeat, they continued to emerge from their hiding spots like a never-ending colony of ants. "Keep 'em coming then," Naruto taunted while ducking below a barrage of Sanban and simultaneously knocking down 3 surrounding opponents with a low sweeping kick. His clones were on top of them for the finishing blows an instant later. The dark-clad enemies were hard to see amongst the shadowy trees, but Naruto's sensory abilities kept him one step ahead of their game. I could do this all day. But really, he hoped he didn't have to. At this rate, given the sheer number of sound ninjas creeping about, it was unlikely that he could distract all of them for much longer. He also couldn't help wondering how Kakashi was managing and where the reinforcements were, and whether he should just summon a toad and clean up the place. And Naruto froze dead in his tracks. He straightened up and turned his head in the direction of the village, lips parted and moonlight dancing across his wide, blue eyes. He felt a disturbance unlike any he had ever felt before, somewhere right on the edge of his Sage Mode's sensory range. And it didn't just involve anyone, it was originating from a person whose chakra signature he knew nearly as well as his own. A gentle and delicate chakra that teemed with lively energy. A chakra he had grown up fighting alongside, which had saved his life more times than he could count. A chakra that belonged to one of the most important people in the world. To the girl he loved like a sister. Sakura-chan. It happened so fast that at first Naruto thought he was dreaming it. Because in the blink of an eye, Sakura's chakra signature entirely disappeared, as a signature would at the time of a ninja's death. But then it returned, briefly, and proceeded to flicker in and out of existence like a spluttering engine, clawing out and clinging to life. Horror clenched Naruto's heart in that instant, because there was no fricking way Sakura was dying. Were there enemies in the village? Was she surrounded? Was she hurt? Bam! Naruto's brief moment of hesitation gave his opponents just the opening they needed to finally land a hit, and it was an effective one. A firm punch straight to Naruto's jaw sent him skidding backwards along the mossy terrain and hurling into a nearby tree trunk, cracking it on impact. Ugh! Naruto groaned as his 2 surrounding clones were also defeated, vanishing in blasts of smoke. He flipped up to his feet and raised his arms defensively, anticipating the next assault, but the advancing enemies paused before they reached him. 2 new shadowy figures entered the scene, landing on a nearby producing stone. "Boys! Back off!" one of the figures snarled in an unfamiliar, nasally voice. Naruto squinted in its direction, taking in the new chakra signature which he was certain he had never encountered before. "And girls," the second figure chimed in, her voice dripping with annoyance. Though he didn't recognize either of the newcomers, whoever they were, they held enough of a commanding demeanor to freeze the sound ninja cronies in their tracks and actually clear them away. Naruto was torn. Did he face these new strong guys or retreat and find Sakura? He was forced to make a decision sooner than he intended to, and it was neither of those options. Naruto was attacked by yet another stranger who emerged from the bushes behind him. Before he had a chance to even blink, Naruto was hit square in the chest and winded, slammed against the ground, and then straddled by a humongous man with beady, yellow eyes. "Yugo!" "No!" came the woman's cry, but the huge man's fist was already descending towards Naruto's head, a manic scream escaping him. "This guy is built like the Raikage on steroids," Naruto thought, shock rippling through him, as he caught sight of the man's disfigured face and the spiraling black marks creeping across his skin. And judging by the brute strength of the hit the man just delivered, a blow to the head would probably do some serious damage, maybe even end the fight. Instinctively, Naruto raised his arms to block the hit because it was too late for a counterattack. But a screen of bubbling red chakra cloaked Naruto's arms and sustained the damage. Naruto's heart leapt as it usually did when the nine-tailed fox's chakra surfaced to protect him. The red ominous glow lit up the surrounding trees and the enormous man's face, which was contorted into something rather deranged and oddly familiar. With a surge of determination, Naruto gripped onto Yugo's forearms and using a throb of raging chakra, he managed to toss the man off him not far, but it put just enough distance between them for Naruto to scramble to his feet and assess the situation more coherently. The man, Yugo, dropped to all fours and coiled his body to strike again, growling deeply. The other newcomers weren't making any motion to intervene. The next hit came with just as much force, with Yugo advancing like a charging bull, but this time, Naruto was prepared to retaliate. He didn't want to kill the guy because he still had no clue who the hell he was, but it was apparent that merely dodging his attacks would be a death wish. Naruto met him halfway, catching the man's punch with a chakra-laden hand, and despite him half wondering if his own arm was still intact from the blow, Naruto got a grip of Yugo's wrists, twisted around, and hurled him into a nearby tree trunk, snapping it clean in half. The burly man disappeared in a swarm of splinters, dirt, and dust. And Naruto's counterattack seemed to catch the man off guard enough to stop him, however temporarily. "I can't do this for much longer," Naruto thought with frustration and balling his hands into fists. He needed to stop the other sound ninjas from approaching the village, and now with this unusual trio distracting him, quite a number of them had managed to slip past. And, perhaps most importantly of all, he needed to find Sakura and confirm with his own two eyes that she was going to be all right. But hell, this new guy was strong. In fact, the last time Naruto had encountered such raw, untamed strength before, he was facing off against. He paused. "There's no way," he thought as he caught a proper glimpse of Yugo's face in the dim moonlight. He examined those familiar, dark marks dotting the man's skin, snaking around his taunt muscles in an unnatural, twisted pattern. Those marks reeked of Orochimaru and were awfully similar to the very marks that covered Sasuke when they fought at the Valley of the End. "We've got you surrounded." Naruto's eyes shot upwards to a swarm of new presences high in the trees. His heart fluttered with surprise when he recognized the new arrivals as a squad of ANBU Black Ops from Konoha, adorned in dark, sleeveless combat gear and haunting animal-like masks. "It's about time I got some backup," Naruto bellowed and waving an accusatory finger in their direction, but his tone was anything but accusatory because he was pretty damn relieved to see them. Yugo was swiveling around to size up his new opponents, teeth bared. "Sorry, Naruto," came a muffled reply from behind one of the masks as two of the ANBU charged at Yugo. The others moved into a formation, and then the entire squad disappeared into the trees ahead, luring Yugo, who was emitting a lion-like roar and storming after them like an enraged rhino, away from Naruto. A long fight would surely ensue for them, and given the unique abilities that Yugo possessed, Naruto was honestly unsure how it would end. "Get back here, you fool." "Oh yeah," Naruto thought, and turning back to the original newcomers, who were still perched atop the protruding stone. "I almost forgot about those two." There weren't any other enemies in sight, which didn't calm Naruto in the slightest because that meant the other sound ninjas were probably racing towards the village at this very moment. The two strangers had moved into plainer sight since Naruto last looked at them, with moonbeams illuminating the woman's bright, red hair and the gleam of her thick-rimmed glasses, and the man's slender figure, white mop of hair, and pointed teeth. "You are Naruto, right?" the slim man asked in his nasally voice. Naruto, being a tad too overwhelmed by the current situation to come up with a witty response, went for a cool approach instead. "You know of me, huh?" he asked smoothly and folding his arms. The woman sneered and then, in a rather shrill voice, said, "Really? You're him? Seems like you were right that this is nothing but a babysitting job after all, Suigetsu." The man beside her rolled his eyes. "I'm not so sure anymore. Think you could handle a guy who survived 2 punches from Yugo just now, Karen?" "Pfft. He's nothing but a lucky freak of nature." Naruto gritted his teeth, torn between reciprocating the woman's insults and getting the hell out of there. He really didn't have time for this. But then... Well, why don't you tell that to Sasuke, huh? I don't think he'd have asked us to hold this kid back for nothing. Or do you not trust him? Of course I trust him. I just think... What did you just say? Naruto was ogling at the newcomers in a new light because it just couldn't be. I'm not repeating myself, Karen snapped and side-eyeing Naruto like he'd just crawled out of a dumpster. Then she turned back to her counterpart Suigetsu, "You moron, you shouldn't have." But the rest of Karen's sentence was drowned out because one of Naruto's clones died, the clone who he had sent to Tsunade. Naruto paused as he collected and absorbed the clone's fleeting memories. He felt an untimely urge to vomit. "I need to get back to the village. Now." He turned on his heel and made to break for it. "Hey! Not so fast," came Suigetsu's voice from somewhere behind him. Then, out of nowhere, Naruto sensed a humongous presence looming in the trees directly to his right. On cue, one of the biggest snakes Naruto had ever seen, which really said something because Naruto had dealt with a lot of big snakes, emerged, slamming its mighty tail on the bed of trees ahead of Naruto. The trees were utterly demolished and a monstrous crater and smoke were left behind. Naruto cursed and met the beast's demonic, yellow eyes. He needed to get away from this mess. He needed to retreat. Because Sasuke was in Konoha. Sakura's eyes fluttered open to the twinkling gleam of sunbeams against the surface of a body of water. The tickle of a gentle, warm breeze met her face and exposed arms, and the smell of fresh flowers and springtime filled her with contentment. But where on earth was she? Sakura blinked down at herself and found scrawny legs folded on soft, dewy grass, and long, pink hair draped over her shoulders. Her hands were resting on the grass in lazy fists, her body angled towards the stream ahead of her. "Moron," said a low, familiar voice to her left. Sakura glanced over to find that Sasuke was beside her, wearing a signature blue shirt and white shorts, a smirk gracing his lips as he stared out at the water. Sakura followed his gaze to where an orange-clad and determined-looking Naruto was tiptoeing across the current, his arms stretched out for balance. Sakura giggled. Ah yes, Naruto was learning to walk on water. But that's so easy. Come on, Naruto. Now, Sasuke, we've all been there once, said a new voice from within a tangle of leaves overhead. Sakura glanced up to find her sensei resting in the branches with a familiar orange book in hand. Sakura's heart fluttered. There was nothing quite like lounging around with all of Team 7. Her best friends. Her boys. 3 months ago, Sasuke scoffed while rolling his eyes, just as a splash echoed through the area. Naruto somehow managed to belly flop into the water with a loud splat. Sakura laughed again, the sound escaping her effortlessly. 5 months for some of us, Kakashi added, a twinkle in his eye. You still have a lot to learn yourself, Sasuke. At their sensei's comment, Sasuke turned towards his other teammate, eyes narrowed. Sakura smiled up at him, feeling her face fill with color, because she couldn't help the elation that came with their teacher's praise. There was no doubt in any of their minds that Sakura was the most elite of the bunch when it came to mastering skills that required pristine chakra control. Sure, she paled in comparison to the others in the areas of physical strength and mastering advanced jutsus, but this was her specialty and she was rightfully proud of it. Sasuke's eyes drifted across her face and he appeared visibly conflicted over being angry with Sakura and being proud of her. TSK, he grumbled while turning away, the softest shade of pink dusting his cheeks. Sakura smiled and looked back to the water, giddy from Sasuke's acknowledgement and feeling generally at ease. They weren't in any rush to get anywhere and frankly, there was no place Sakura would rather be. She tracked Naruto's clumsy movements as his drenched form began to tiptoe across the water's surface again. But something strange caught Sakura's attention this time. It was only subtle, but for a moment, she noticed an unnatural hue ripple across the blue water's surface. It was a murky, smoky shade of gray that simply didn't match the sunny and bright atmosphere around them. Sakura sat up straighter, staring intently at the water. "What?" Sasuke said, but she held up a quietening finger. Then she saw it again. A dark and dangerous ripple, cascading across the stream, this time more pronounced, a sinister, looming mirage. Sakura was on her feet. "Where are you going?" She heard Sasuke ask while he motioned to stop her, but Sakura's fingers were already in position to form the hand seals. Kai. The world faded to black. When Sakura opened her eyes once more, her surroundings were a dizzy, spinning blur of night skies, wafting smoke, and demolished buildings. The sounds of shouting and loud blasts met her ears, through the ringing and the throbbing of her aching skull. "Ugh," Sakura groaned and raising a hand to her forehead, immediately noting that her fingers were trembling in an arrhythmic fashion. The hand tremors persisted through time, huh? Black marks lined her exposed hands and wrists, indicating that her body was tapping into the rejuvenating power of the creation rebirth technique. Where those marks stained her skin burned and pulsed like they had been seared by angry tongues of fire. This was no surprise since the technique was eating away at her stores of life energy, her years remaining. And she needed it too. Because this trip through time had taken more of a toll on her than it usually did. And Sakura suspected that it had something to do with dragging Sasuke through the dimension-connecting path designed only for her. Transporting him created a lag, a resistance that Sakura was required to fight, on both her and Sasuke's behalves. But I think that was finally my last trip. Our last trip. A pang of disbelief shot through Sakura as she was fully reminded of the predicament she was in. Did you kill him? She sat up, while ignoring the jolt in her lungs and the stabbing sensation in her abdomen, and gazed out on her apparently abandoned surroundings, where chaos and fighting had evidently just taken place. Shattered glass and debris scattered across the terrain, chunks of the nearby dirt roads had been uprooted, waning embers glowed in her periphery, and the enormous office building in front of her was almost entirely demolished. Sakura didn't have a clue just how long she had been trapped in Sasuke's genjutsu for, and some part of her secretly wished she hadn't broken free from it so soon. The ashes of the time travel scroll were gone. And so was Sasuke, both Sasuke's. She sprang to her feet, wobbling slightly, and whirled around while she wiped her palms on her Chunin vest, ridding them of dirt and sharp pebbles. A distant flicker of Sasuke's chakra remained, indicating that some part of him still lived, though it was faint and Sakura hadn't a clue where it was coming from or where to begin her search. Going somewhere? Sakura shot a glare over her shoulder and met the eyes of a tall sound ninja wearing a dark, hooded cloak. Stand down, Sakura snarled and sending a throb of chakra to her fists because she didn't have a moment to squander. But the enemy didn't listen. On the contrary, he raised his hand and made a signal of some sort, and then Sakura was surrounded by new opponents, all dressed in identical garb, leaping out from behind the rubble and a few even climbing straight out of the ground. The first enemy advanced, brandishing a kunai, but it never came close to Sakura's throat as he intended because she leaned backwards into a low dodge, a deep limbo. Then she kicked out one of her heeled sandals towards his calf, throwing him off balance before she took hold of the front of his cloak, flipping him around and into the ground with a resounding crack. When the dust cleared, his body lay motionless. Sakura brushed dust off her shoulder while she examined her fallen opponent, content with the outcome. That maneuver she had practiced with Rock Lee in her second life seemed even more effective when executed by her older, stronger body. The remaining opponents were exchanging looks. Anyone else? Sakura taunted and glowering at the lot of them, hoping that her effortless defeat of their comrade might deter them from further wasting her time. Apparently it didn't. The horde of them converged with bursts of speed, pulling out weapons in the process. Sakura exhaled loudly, blowing a stray strand of hair away from her face. They asked for it, she thought while, in a single fluid motion, she drove a chakra-laden fist into the earth below, blasting it to pieces and sending a shockwave of blasts outwards, intercepting the approaching enemies. Without sparing a second, Sakura dipped her hand into her weapons pouch and proceeded to fire whatever weapons she grabbed at pressure points on the enemies' bodies. Caught off guard by the earth being blown apart, this proved to be a relatively easy feat. Several seconds later, when the dust settled, Sakura straightened up and stowed the remaining weapons back into her holster. It turned out she had hit the sound ninjas with Sanban riddled with sleep agents, given their lifeless, crumpled forms. Good, she thought while rubbing her gloved hands definitively, but when she turned back around, more enemies had amassed, edging nearer to attack her. Oh, come on! Sakura groaned. This was becoming quite burdensome. Perhaps these enemies sensed that she was a force to be reckoned with because of her strength of 100 seal, but she didn't want to cause more damage to the village infrastructure than she really had to, and even more importantly, she needed to regroup with Tsunade, find Sasuke. But then 3 new figures materialized around her, forming a protective circle. Sakura-san? Came a familiar voice directly on her right. Sakura's breath caught her throat as she met the wide, dark eyes of none other than Rock Lee. Words failed her. Eyes on the enemies, came Niji's warning before them. He was stooped low, his Byakugan activated and gleaming in the moonlight. Damn, Tenten muttered while she nudged Sakura fondly. Someone got a pretty cool power-up, huh? It took a moment for Sakura to realize that the source of Lee's ogling was undoubtedly the purple diamond on her forehead and the black markings encircling her body. She had a hunch that her chakra signature had experienced quite the caliber boost as well. Yeah, she said with a shaky smile. It was utterly surreal to see Teen Guy, her lifelong friends, here, in their older, healthy bodies, especially. Glad to see you're all right, Sakura-san, Lee said while firmly patting her shoulder. He shot her a toothy, winning smile. You too, Sakura breathed, and she wondered if he would ever know just how much she meant it. We'll take care of these guys if you need to be somewhere, Tenten chimed in, practically reading her mind. They don't look like much. Thanks. I appreciate that, Sakura said while turning to move in the opposite direction. See you soon, Sakura-san. You bet, Lee. Sakura's feet carried her further and further through the village, past small craters in the streets, billowing smoke, demolished properties, and leaf and sound ninja battles. Sakura was relieved not to have crossed any civilians or young children pulled into the fray, and she could only hope that they had somehow made it to the bunkers in the Hokage mountain. She also didn't come across Sasuke the one from either of her lives. Sakura detected Tsunade's radiant chakra flaring somewhere in the core of the village, near the Hokage tower, likely facing off with Orochimaru. Their presences were shifting slightly outwards, and Sakura imagined that Tsunade was attempting to lure her fellow Sannin nearer the village outskirts, where he would inflict the least damage. Meanwhile, Sakura jumped into random fights where she sensed sound had the edge. Though her leaf allies were undoubtedly thankful for her aid, very few seemed to recognize who she was. Sakura's reputation hadn't quite preceded her yet, not in this life, at least. Though she was certainly an expert in what she did as indicated by her apprenticeship with the Hokage herself, once again, Sakura was a medical ninja and nothing more. A cog in the wheel. A right hand, not a heart. And that suited her fine. Crash! Sakura jumped as a massive disruption echoed through the streets. It didn't take long to pinpoint its source. A monstrous snake, larger and more vicious than any she had seen before, had smashed through the village wall. It towered stories above the tallest trees, and moved quite fast for a beast its size, its neck coiling and springing at its victims with staggering bursts of strength and speed. Without giving herself time to doubt her resolve, Sakura made a break for the village outskirts, preparing to meet the beast head-on, using chakra to propel her strides as she took to the rooftops. She arrived on the scene mere seconds later, from the edge of a nearby roof, and crouched to hide herself as she assessed the situation. The serpent's tail was flicking wildly, flattening trees in its wake, the upper half of its torso raised in the air and swiveling around as it struck at the leaf ninja attackers. With a gasp, Sakura spotted a familiar crackle of blue electricity and colorless ink birds launching assaults along the snake's back, but it paid them no notice. Its attention was locked on a giant toad and an orange and black-clad ninja atop it. Naruto! Sakura shouted before she could stop herself, her voice projecting through the area at a higher and louder pitch than she expected. For the briefest moment, Naruto's head snapped around in her direction, his body tensing and his mouth hanging opening. This proved to be a mistake because it gave the serpent an opening to attack. With jaws stretched open wide, the beast advanced towards Naruto and Gamabunta, its sword-like fangs angled to pierce through and kill the both of them in a single swipe. Shit, Sakura thought. She needed to think fast to stop the snake's rapid descent. Almost unconsciously, Sakura raised her hands outwards, projecting a powerful wave of chakra through her fingertips. She directed it to the closest target that she had any control over, the fluid in the serpent's head. Rough! Sakura cried as she channeled every fiber of her being into her assault, feeling her chakra meet and seep through the snake's skin, its skull. The snake froze its descent and let out an anguished cry. It's working! Sakura thought, feeling beads of sweat lining her brow, her arms shaking as she struggled to maintain control over an animal 100 times her size. She began rolling her hands in a circular motion, clawing out at the air like a puppeteer in control of invisible strings, dragging the snake's head away from Naruto by the water held inside it, like her hands were a magnetic field and the snake's head was made of steel. With one final pulse of her seal's chakra, Sakura twisted the serpent's head around so that it faced her instead. But then her control over the snake slipped, her chakra levels taking a dangerous dip, the creation rebirth marks retreating to her seal. Crap! Sakura had been so fixated on getting the snake away from Naruto that she hadn't thought through what would happen after she did. She met the beast's enraged glare for a fleeting moment before it continued its descent, but this time, towards Sakura. She squeezed her eyes shut and raised her arms defensively yet fruitlessly, because surely it was about to devour her whole. Rasengan! A shower of warm liquid splattered Sakura's arms instead. She peered through the opening beneath her forearms just in time to catch sight of the humongous serpent's lifeless form falling towards her, seconds from crushing Sakura and the building beneath her. She gaped incredulity because even if it appeared she was no longer about to be eaten, being crushed to death was nearly as horrifying an outcome. That was when an intense force slammed straight into Sakura, winding her while throwing her head first off of the roof. Sakura's tumble from the building was anything but graceful. Her stomach flipped and her arms flailed, and when she hit the pavement below, her uncoordinated roll failed to prevent injuries as smoothly as she would have liked. The skin of her knees and arms were scraped and bloodied, and one of her ribs felt like it had shifted painfully out of place. Sakura groaned as she rolled to her side and tried to prop herself up. Sakura-chan. She staggered to her feet, wiping blood from her jaw onto the back of her gloved hand. She turned around. Naruto, she breathed as she stared at the boy in front of her, skin flecked with snake blood and blue eyes blazing. An instant later he advanced and pulled Sakura into a tight hug. She flinched a little as he squeezed at her broken rib, but she didn't resist. His larger and stronger body caught her a little off guard but also felt natural. He started, his voice strained in what sounded like utter shock, I'm sorry for pushing you off a building. Tears welled up in Sakura's eyes. Naruto was here, full of his fiery, spirited energy, safe and healthy like he needed to be. Sakura, the village, and the ninja world would be lost without this boy, the true hero of the story. Sakura sniffed and blinked away her tears. Well, you should be sorry, she replied with some of her usual spunk, but her grip on the sleeves of his jacket tightened. Maybe I should have let that snake eat you after all. Hey! Naruto whined while leaning back to frown at her. I've been eaten by enough snakes for a lifetime, thank you very much. And what the hell happened there anyways? Since when could you control snakes? And I thought you were dead, but now you're really not dead. You're like old lady Tsunade, he added while eyeing the diamond on her forehead suspiciously. Your chakra is acting super weird right now. Sakura gave Naruto a light, friendly shove away from her. It's too long of a story to tell you now, she mumbled, and that was possibly the most truthful thing she had ever said. First, we need to find Sasuke. Naruto interrupted, stealing the word right out of her mouth. Sakura nodded stiffly. He snuck into the village from the other end and out of my range, so I couldn't sense him. And then he killed my clone, the bastard. Naruto shouted and glancing at their surroundings where a series of small-scale fights were taking place. And his chakra is disappearing. Do you think he already left? Sakura felt her mouth go dry. No. I think he's here somewhere. But I can't find him. The horrible dual sensations of grief and guilt rose in her. Did you kill him? Shit. If his chakra is draining that fast, we need to hurry. Let's go. As they scoured the village, Naruto filled Sakura in on all of the intel he had gathered from allies he encountered and his own observations. She learned from him that the attackers were great in number but that Konoha's defenses seemed relatively solid save the latest rumor that 1/4 of Konoha's troops had perished, so far. Sakura tried not to linger on this fact for too long, because this war's existence was her own doing. Maybe finding Orochimaru will be the key to locating him. I bet he's forcing Sasuke to execute his plans, Naruto speculated, but Sakura shook her head over her shoulder. No, she said, remembering her encounter with their former teammate during a previous time-traveling trip to this life. I heard that Sasuke is leading this attack. Naruto fell silent and the padding of their sandals against the crumbled dirt road became more audible. So did the distant sounds of shouts and detonating explosives. We'll help him come to his senses, Naruto resolved quietly, but Sakura detected the slight waver in his voice. By the way, do you know where we're going or something? Sakura pursed her lips and noticed the self-assured and steadfast manner in which she was running. Truthfully, yes, she was trying her very best to retrace her steps back to where she had last seen Sasuke, before he trapped her in a genjutsu at the base of the demolished office building he had chased her through. Sure, he has been nowhere in sight when she released herself from his illusion, but that particular spot was the only real lead she had to his whereabouts. It was the last place from which she had detected his chakra. Whoa, what's happening over there? Naruto wondered while abruptly skidding to a halt. Sakura mirrored the motion and followed him around the corner of a nearby building for cover. A large group of sound ninjas were congregated on the road, staring at something ahead that was obscured from Naruto and Sakura's view, something at the base of an awfully familiar building. There! Sakura hissed. He's there. Naruto gaped at her. Are you sure? I can't sense. I'm sure. But did you? Is he? And then Sakura was running head-on towards the crowd while pulling weapons from the holster on her thigh. She sensed Naruto close on her tail, trusting her judgment. The sound ninjas whirled around just in time and Sakura was forced to dodge and deflect a barrage of incoming kunai, feeling one nick the tender skin of her kneecap. But she paid it no mind because she was right just ahead she could see. Oh my god, Sakura heard her friend mumble disbelievingly from somewhere to her right, his chakra igniting in a way that captured his emotional turbulence. What the hell happened? She suspected that Naruto had caught a glimpse of what lay ahead of their opponents. You've gotta go, Sakura-chan. I'll lure these guys away and come right back, he growled as the sound ninjas advanced. Sakura nodded and lunged forward, keeping low and maneuvering through the crowd, focusing on plowing through the throng more than on defending herself. Several of her opponent's weapons met their marks, slashing at her arms and hips, but none made it to a vital target because not a second later, Sakura found herself surrounded by a protective circle of Naruto clones, who took the brunt of the attacks and shielded her from further harm. They made it to the edge of the crowd and Sakura paused while Naruto's clones continued to multiply in puffs of smoke, forming a barricade between Sakura and the enemies. The sound ninjas tried to push through the wall of clones to no avail. In addition to Naruto being quite skilled in close combat, his chakra reserves knew no end. For each defeated clone, 2 new clones appeared. "Touch her and I'll kill you," came the real Naruto's low, unwavering growl. "If you want to get through my clones, you're gonna have to take me out first." He taunted from somewhere further back where they had come from. "Thank you, Naruto," Sakura thought as she watched Naruto's brilliant plan come into fruition, with the sound ninjas giving up on the clone wall to pursue the real Naruto, who began racing towards the road down which they had come, leaving Sakura behind. She turned back around and found herself face to face with 2 remaining sound ninjas who didn't seem to know quite what to do with themselves. In their brief moment of confusion, Sakura let the weapons in her hand fly. The kunai pierced their targets in the chests and the sound ninjas collapsed in motionless heaps, blood pooling from their fresh wounds and staining their dark clothing. Yes, those were merciless kills, but Sakura couldn't risk anyone interfering with her now. Not with Sasuke's body lying at her feet. Sakura dropped to her knees, her heart a frantic drum and her breaths coming out in short, panicked bursts. He lay on his back, his bare torso entirely motionless, no rise or fall in his chest to be detected. Dread filled her heart before she even touched his ice-cold skin, which was a ghostly white shade, a haunting contrast to his jet black hair, the dry blood caked to his chin, the bluish tint to his lips. "No," Sakura whispered while pumping the flickering remains of her chakra to her hands and placing them firmly on his chest, searching for a quiver in his lungs or a pulse in his heart, anything that would disprove what she was witnessing. That Sasuke's plan to kill his older self had succeeded. With the younger Sasuke nowhere in sight, his chakra entirely undetectable, and remembering his holographic, weakening form once he arrived in the future, Sakura felt that he was gone. But this Sasuke, who must still have some chakra left, some shred of life energy. "Sasuke-kun, wake up!" was Sakura's strangled whisper, desperation seeping through her voice and hot tears filling her lower eyelids as she raised her hands over his chest, preparing to drive them back down and restart his heart. Her hands were trembling more viciously than ever before, her throat constricting. "Please!" Her hands began their descent, teeming with the last of Sakura's chakra. But she was blasted back by a mighty gust of wind. Sakura screamed with surprise, her arms flailing out to grip something to brace herself as she flipped backwards. She got a hold of the ground with one of her hands, fingers digging through the gravel and dirt, but then she was roughly lifted by the collar of her shirt. Sakura gasped at the sensation of cool metal meeting her throat. Through the confusion of it all, a hysteric scream met her ears. "You killed him?" An unfamiliar, nasally voice hissed in her ear, tickling the skin there and sending terrible chills down her spine. "And no," was all she managed to whimper in response. "You killed him. Sasuke-kun." Sakura watched through her hazy, tear-filled gaze, as a woman with red hair cascading down her back in wispy waves collapsed at Sasuke's side, gripping onto him and shrieking in agony. A tall, muscular man with orange hair and exhaustion written across his face knelt down beside her. "You killed him. We're retreating on Orochimaru-sama's orders," the tall man instructed in a gentler tone than Sakura anticipated. He reached for Sasuke's body, motioning to lift it. "Without Sasuke, there's no. He's not dead." Sakura found herself screaming in a voice she hardly recognized. All eyes turned in her direction. "I sensed it as chakra." Naruto sensed it too. Sakura craned her neck around, seeking out her teammate to back her up, but Naruto's clones were nowhere in sight. The man holding the knife to Sakura's throat tightened his grip and a hot trail of liquid trickled down her neck. Something happened to his chakra. The red-haired girl, who Sakura recognized as Karen, the girl who Sasuke once asked her to murder and who she might have become friends with in her second life, sniveled, her face stained with tears. "We need to get him out of here. I can save him. You've done enough, fool, the man behind Sakura sneered and giving her torso a tug against him. Sakura grimaced as her broken rib tinged painfully. What shall I do with her? He asked his partners. Karen met Sakura's gaze, her eyes filled with the despair that Sakura suspected was reflected in her own eyes. Release her, Suigetsu, the woman commanded just as the tall man hoisted Sasuke's form up onto his back. Sasuke's arms slung limply over the man's shoulders. She didn't do this. Sakura heard Suigetsu scoff before she was harshly dropped to the ground. Her knees gave way beneath her and her palms hit the gravel just before her forehead smashed against it. Her entire body was trembling, her consciousness waning as she reached the brink of chakra depletion and total physical and emotional exhaustion. No, she breathed, lip quivering. Whatever you say, Karen, Suigetsu grumbled before rejoining his team and shooting an untrusting glare at the pink-haired girl crumpled on the ground in defeat. Come on. It's over. It's over, Sakura repeated in her mind, as a ghostly pain unlike any she had ever felt clawed at her heart and ripped it out. It's over. The war. The time travel mission. Sasuke Uchiha. All of it is over. Chapter 40 Lost Time. Grief is a strange thing in practice. We can speculate about it all we want, try to pick it apart and break it up into stages, but when it comes down to it, the experiences of a grieving person are too complex for that kind of thinking. Some people skip stages, some people backtrack, and most people never reach the acceptance stage. I mean, think about it. Who says they should? Who says you need to accept a horrible diagnosis? A tragedy? These stages were designed for us to compartmentalize a complex phenomenon that we will never truly understand. A person may learn to live with their grief, yes, but acceptance might not ever come. A hopeful ambience swept through the village hidden in the leaves in the aftermath of Sound's assault. Lives had been lost but far fewer than there could have been. Damage had been done but nothing that couldn't be repaired with time. Konoha was lucky, really, that the attack had been called off as early as it had been. In comparison to Paine's assault a few years back, the village certainly had experienced worse. People were coming together, ninjas and civilians alike, to rebuild the infrastructure of their beloved home. Acquaintances, friends, and loved ones were held closer than usual after the stark reminder that any day could be the last opportunity to do so. Sakura Haruna wished she could share some of those sentiments. As she slipped through the lively village streets in civilian clothes, Sakura kept her head low and avoided social interaction at any cost. She brushed shoulders with a passing stranger and just about jumped out of her skin. Watch out! She gasped and leaping aside, startling herself by her startled response. What's gotten into me? She thought while trying to quell her drumming heart and smiling apologetically over her shoulder as she continued on her way. Her 18th birthday came and went. Marked by a hug from Naruto and a flower bouquet from Ino, it was no ceremonious affair, which Sakura really didn't mind, nor was she surprised by, with everyone being up to their eyeballs with post-war cleanup. It was nice to see the two of them, however briefly, for the mere fact that it allowed her to confirm with her own eyes that they were all right. Healthy. Intact. She had dinner at her parents' house, which, after living with them for so long in her past life, felt like a normal occurrence. What was weird was that she lived in her bachelor flat again on the other end of town. The privacy was nice, she supposed, but she couldn't remember the last time she had actually slept in a place by herself. The weirdest part of all was that technically in this life, she hadn't gone a day without living in her flat. When she entered it for the first time after the war, she was almost shocked that it wasn't filled with dust and that the fridge was fully stocked. She might have done groceries yesterday, before the time travel mission, for all she knew. The clothes that she likely wore yesterday were on the floor and a textbook that she might have been reading was left open on the coffee table. Her parents made it through Sound's assault unscathed. After all, with Sakura being back in a world where there was no target on her back, her parents were no more or less likely to be caught up in the fray than any other civilian. Mabuki was as spunky and resilient as she always was, with the additions of wrinkles and gray hairs that Sakura wasn't used to seeing. but she figured she would get used to them again. I'm proud of you, Sakura, Mabuki had said on the eve of her daughter's birthday with Sakura's father nodding at her side. You're a full-fledged adult now. It's time for you to pave your own path, take on the world, and whatever else you ninjas do. She laughed and Kazashi snorted before they raised their wine glasses for a toast. Sakura's lips quirked as she tapped her own glass against those of her parents, her mother's words ringing hollow in her mind. On a sunny afternoon 3 weeks later, Sakura was on the patio of a small tea shop in the heart of Konoha, sitting across from a slender woman with brown hair twisted into a knot atop her head. Her heart was as heavy as it was on the night of her birthday, but today she had mustered up the courage to pretend it wasn't. I'm sorry we never met like this sooner, she said and glancing up from her warm cup of mint tea. Sakura was dressed in navy blue scrubs, having come here straight from the hospital. Laughed and tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Her face was flooded with color. Well, you're the busiest person in the hospital, Sakura-sama, she stumbled out. The woman was clearly nervous with how she was clutching her quivering hands in her lap. My question is why someone 3 ranks higher would single me out in the first place. Sakura folded her arms and smirked at the irony of it all. I wish you weren't so surprised, she replied evenly. You have shown exceptional skill, loyalty to our hospital, and care for the patients and staff. And what I'm particularly struck by is your knowledge of communicable diseases. Was gaping at her now, eyes bulging and smiling lips trembling. So I'll cut to the chase, Sakura continued and leaning forward. What are your thoughts on having a more influential role beyond Konoha's borders? The brunette opened her mouth and closed it again. She was flabbergasted. Sakura-sama, I don't know what to say. It looked like she was on the verge of tears. The experience would warrant a promotion and an increase in pay. And don't feel pressured to give me an answer now. I just want you to know that the option is. Abruptly, reached across the small table and gripped onto Sakura's arm. She seemed to regret the motion immediately and released her superior to rest her hand on the table instead. I wouldn't want anything more, she said quietly, a broad grin sprouting on her face. I can't believe this is happening. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart, Sakura-sama. Sakura patted Iam's hand and smiled. She had seen this woman's passion and intelligence when she was in her other life, working at the bottom of the food chain, a perspective that she probably never would have had otherwise. Good, Sakura said. That leads me to the next discussion point. I have a favor to ask of you. A big favor. The following morning, Sakura and Iam found themselves in the Hokage's office, adorned in traveling cloaks and facing the Hokage herself. You've mapped everything out, have you? Tsunade asked, quirking an eyebrow. Her hands were interlaced on her desk. Absolutely, Sakura said, some vigor entering her voice. One thing Sakura was certain of was that she needed to get away from the confines of this village's borders with so many ghosts of her time travel mission lingering within it. She felt like she'd been spiraling lately, and perhaps submersing herself in a new environment would provide some semblance of the fresh start in life she needed. Sakura never directly told Tsunade about the outcomes of the time travel mission, and she was extremely grateful that her mentor never prodded. Sakura knew she couldn't bring herself to admit how badly it had failed. The woman wasn't stupid, however. Sakura's mission's abrupt end and Sasuke Uchiha's mysterious defeat occurred at almost the exact same time with no apparent explanation for either event. It would make for quite an unusual coincidence, and Sakura had no doubt that Tsunade had worked out that they were connected. But she also had the decency to not ask about the connection and remind Sakura of the tragedy that would grip her mourning heart for her remaining years. Maybe one day she could admit out loud what had transpired. But not any time in the foreseeable future. Sakura stared at the Hokage determinedly as she adjusted the collar of her chunin vest from beneath her beige traveling cloak. Her pack, a fully stocked weapon holster, and her medical pouch were already strapped on. Iam was at her side dressed in nearly identical wear save the chunin vest. Tsunade smirked down at the map Sakura and Iam had drawn out, which highlighted their proposed route and destinations. It was an ambitious journey, but Sakura was planning to take all the time she needed to see her lofty goals through. She had proposed a knowledge exchange tour in which she would visit each of the hidden villages and major towns to discuss the state of affairs of each hospital. She planned to inform the hospital higher-ups of Konoha's latest discoveries, favored practices, and challenges, with a specific focus on communicable diseases, in exchange for learning those of the other nations. With Konoha being one of the most advanced villages on the medical front, she was unsurprised when the other village leaders wrote back to Tsunade about this proposal with great enthusiasm. Sakura smiled at the memory. This sort of tour was something she had always dreamed of doing, but never before had Sakura ever found the time or the guts to commit to so many months away from home. With a few minor suggested detours, Tsunade signed the mission proposal. With a promise to keep the hospital up and running in Sakura and Iam's absences, she sent them out. They reached the village gates just as the sun began to rise on the horizon. Wisps of clouds were painted in orange and yellow hues, shades that promised a sunny day and light in the near future. Sakura hoped the clouds were right. Their first stop was the Land of Waves, which by no stretch was nearly prominent enough to count as a hidden village, but it was en route and Sakura had acquired a personal interest in the place. Iam provided pleasant companionship on their trek so far by inquiring about Sakura's work and interests without venturing anywhere too personal. She filled the silences comfortably and kept in stride with Sakura's rather quick pace. However, the brunette woman fell silent as they approached a gigantic structure looming through the fog. The Great Naruto Bridge. Sakura smiled at the acknowledgement of the true hero of this world. Despite how in another lifetime she had shared some of that spotlight, Sakura knew that this was how it was meant to be. Surprisingly, the two girls stayed for nearly an entire week in the Land of Waves. With Gato long dead, the village was certainly more functional than it once was. It even had a small, self-sustaining hospital. However, after a careful inspection, Sakura noticed that it was grossly understaffed and undersupplied. I know they have the manpower around here, though, Sakura thought while she scanned their staff list. I managed to recruit 5 ex-medical ninjas in one day in my second life. Sakura and Iam proceeded to run their meetings and learned that the poor education infrastructure would take time and support to bring up to standard. The Konoha medics informed the heads of the Land of Waves Hospital of helpful medications and technologies that would improve overall efficiency, planned outreach activities to hire new essential staff, and placed orders for upgraded supplies and textual resources to be shipped over from Konoha. At the end of one of the seminars, Sakura gauged interest in any medical staff who wished for a temporary apprenticeship in Konoha to study and learn new skills under her supervision. Eventually, I am sure we'll have a fully certified medical school right here in the Land of Waves. But until then, you might consider studying abroad, then returning here to practice and share your knowledge with the others. Her offer was extremely well received and most of the personnel flocked to her sign-up sheet. In all honesty, Sakura didn't learn much about communicable diseases during her first week, but she figured that increasing Konoha's medical school enrollment and improving relations with a neighboring nation were positive enough outcomes to consider her stay in the Land of Waves a successful one. Sakura-sama, called a voice as she and Iam were departing from the last seminar. Sakura turned to find a bright-eyed, red-headed medic approaching her. I just wanted to personally thank you for this opportunity. I'll see you in Konoha very soon, I hope. She smiled. Sakura nodded. It's my pleasure, she answered before turning away and wondering why the girl looked so damn familiar. An enormous thud resounded through the forest as the demolished remains of a tree fell to the ground. Sakura-sama. Are you? Came Iam's voice from a short distance away. Just training. Everything's fine. Go back to the camp. Sakura shook the splinters off of her hand and massaged her knuckles with the other. Yes, she had just punched a tree. And referring to the act as training was a bit of a stretch. Something was off in her, Sakura realized. Ever since their brief stop at a small place in the Land of Rivers called Takumi Village. Upon their arrival, Sakura hadn't quite realized what they were about to stumble into. But while they explored the local market for foreign medical products, they came across a weapon shop. Everything changed when, on a high shelf, she spied a familiar bow and pouch of arrows with red and silver gems twisting along their shafts. Sakura was back in the village street before Ayam had even noticed her leave. Clutching her chest and sucking in deep breaths, Sakura's mask fell for the briefest of moments, and she felt pain. The treacherous claws of grief that she had been trying so desperately to escape from, to pretend didn't exist, squeezed her lungs, turned her stomach, and wailed on her heart. Because no matter what she'd been trying to convince herself of during these weeks on the road, she remembered. Sakura heard Ayam step out of the shop behind her, but before her traveling companion could inquire about her abrupt exit of the store, Sakura said, "Let's keep moving. We'll cover as much distance as we can tonight and camp out between villages." Then she gripped onto the handle of her bag, plastered her fractured mask back on, and led the way. But Sakura's grieving self made its way to the surface more frequently from there on out. Ayam hadn't a clue what was going on, and despite the politeness of her inquiries, Sakura didn't tell her a thing. Her temper grew shorter, her walks alone longer, her attention more fleeting, and her mood more easily dampened. And if Sakura were her own medical patient, she would advise that they speak with someone immediately, ideally a trained therapist, but any other supportive human being would do at this point. Because there were repercussions to bottling traumatizing memories up. But just who would Sakura ever talk to about what she'd experienced? About what she'd done? Talking to someone would entail her admitting that it was her, she was the one. "I can see the gate," announced Ayam, breaking Sakura's train of thought. The girl was squinting through her head wrappings to protect her face and skin from the sweltering, desert heat. They were greeted most cordially in the hidden sand village. As anticipated, their medical infrastructure was one of the best Sakura and Ayam had encountered on their trip so far, with sand being nearly on par with Konoha on the technological front. They learned a lot during their meetings with the medical personnel there about a new airborne illness and the tried antidotes, which Sakura was asked to provide her input on, and various other advancements. As they were leaving one of their meetings, they were greeted by two familiar figures in the hospital hallway. "Wow. What's that on your forehead, Haruno?" said a snarky female voice. "Temari." Sakura just about gasped at the sight of the beautiful, blonde girl before her. "And," she continued, and turning to Temari's brother, but his name got caught in Sakura's throat. Because the last time she'd seen him, he was dead. From the disease that was created for me, in that life. "We heard you were in town," Kankuro said with a smirk. "It's good to see you." "It's good to see you too." "This is Ayam," Sakura said, her voice coming out a tad higher than she wanted it to. "She's a talented medic from Konoha who's here to help out." Said medic bowed deeply to the sand siblings and blushed. "Hey," Temari greeted. "So Gar is in a meeting, but he asked us to extend an invite to a formal party he's hosting this evening. I'm sure the invite's open to you too, Ayam." Ayam's eyes widened. "Party?" Sakura repeated. Kankuro shrugged. "We're hosting delegates from AIM, or something. It's a fancy civilian clothing kind of party. Dinner and drinks. That sort of thing. You should come by. If you have time, of course," said Temari. Ayam's eyes were practically bulging out of her sockets, and for her sake, Sakura said with a smile, "When and where?" Several hours later, Sakura was adorned in her combat gear instead of a civilian dress, and standing at a high, silk-covered table instead of mingling and dancing with most of the others. The atmosphere of Gara's party had a sophisticated yet energetic feel. The lights were dimmed and the chandeliers twinkled overhead, while cordial chatter and the lingering sweet smells of dessert filled the air. The meal had been as decadent as one would expect at an event hosted by the highest-standing man in one of the most reputable hidden villages. The dancing ensued soon after the meal, after a brief speech provided by the Kazekage himself, about the strengthened rapport between Sand and AIM or something of that nature, and it was quite ballroom-esque with couples twirling and stepping in time with the beat. After a go-ahead from Sakura, Ayam, who was wearing her wavy, brown hair down for once, joined the throng on the dance floor in a pretty, maroon dress she had purchased earlier that very evening. Sakura smirked at the sight of her traveling companion accepting an invitation to dance with a blonde man. She took a sip of her wine, content with lingering on the outskirts of the excitement. Sakura? What you doing all the way over here? She glanced at the incoming presence. Kankuro, she acknowledged as said man stumbled over and leaned his broad form against the table. It didn't take Sakura long to deduce that he was at least a little tipsy. Having fun, huh? She asked. He smiled and observed her through his dark, beady eyes. His face was clean of its usual tribal markings and his brown hair had been somewhat combed down. Of course. You should be too, you know. Everyone is asking where you are, he said. Sakura's lips quirked. She was regarded with admiration in these parts, probably for having once rescued Gaara by killing Sasori and also saving Kankuro's life with her medical know-how, which was a rather contrasting outcome to that of her second life. I'm fine here, thank you, Sakura said and flashing him a smile, reminded of how thankful she was that this boy was alive and well. But then. Hey, come on. It's not every day a girl this intelligent and beautiful comes around here, you know, Kankuro continued and roughly gripping her shoulder. Sakura flinched profusely at the contact but he didn't seem to notice. She turned towards him, alarm bells sounding in her head and her throat drying. Why don't we? I'm fine, Kankuro, really, Sakura said, her voice coming out sharper than intended as she took a shaky step backwards. Sakura? In an instant, Sakura shrugged Kankuro's hand away and spun in the direction of the new voice, immensely grateful for the interruption. And then she found herself face to face with the Kazekage himself. Gaara. She just about gasped and dropping into a polite bow, a gesture which the short, red-headed man reciprocated. He looked very put together in his long, burgundy robes. His pale, blue eyes gleamed with contentment. Upon the arrival of his younger brother, Kankuro shrunk away while muttering something about getting another drink and that he would be right back. Sakura watched his retreating figure and didn't detect her pulse resume a moderately normal rate until he was out of eyeshot entirely. Then she turned her attention back to the leader of the sand village to find him patiently watching her. How are you doing? He asked steadily. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smoothed out her chunin vest to busy her trembling fingers. The night has been wonderful. Thank you for extending your invite to me and my companion, she replied. Gaara tilted his head to the side and said, I'm very glad to see you here, before turning to face the crowds. Sakura did the same and light, friendly chatter ensued. She briefly wondered if Gaara would ever have achieved this status in her second life. He proceeded to question her about her travels, Naruto's well-being, and how Konoha had been faring since the attack from sound. Things were looking up when I left, she said, and nodding to herself. She polished off her glass of wine and decided, with a tinge of dismay, that it was her last drink for the night. Although Tsunade wasn't one to enforce these kinds of rules, there was a limit to how much alcohol a ninja was to consume while on a mission. I bet many of the reparations will be complete by the time I return. And we were lucky that the number of casualties was a manageable one. Gaara paused and Sakura could feel his eyes move in her direction again. Something in the air shifted. And then he said, in a very hushed tone masked by the music and chatter to everyone but her, I am sorry for your loss, Sakura. Her breath caught in her throat. She turned to Gaara with wide eyes. I heard what happened. Regardless of his allegiances in the past few years, I know he meant a great deal to you and Naruto. She gazed across the table at Gaara while her thoughts clouded over with something dark and dizzying, and her eyes clouded over with something that felt a whole lot like tears. I would take 50 more awkward encounters with Kankuro over this. Furiously, Sakura blinked the moisture away and turned back towards the throng. She nodded to acknowledge his remark, but was unable to form any words in reply. The night ended for her shortly after. After reassuring Ayam that she could stay out as late as she liked, bidding farewell to Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, without making direct eye contact, and other familiar faces, Sakura dismissed herself into the comforting coolness of night in the desert village. I can't do this anymore. In a sluggish daze, Sakura returned to the inn she and Ayam were staying in. And all the way there, she came to a painful, honest realization. Despite everything she'd told herself, Sakura couldn't run away from her memories and shoulder her grief on her own. Because doing so had amounted to her being trapped in a standstill, a constricting loop where she would suppress her feelings only to be pulled into a debilitating, lonely spiral at the mere mention of anything that reminded her of her past life and how it ended. She couldn't live the rest of her life avoiding thinking about Sasuke. That boy had been such a central piece of her existence that almost everything she encountered both inside and outside of Konoha reminded her of him. There was no escaping his memory. If she was honest with herself, throughout her journey with I am an ignorant, desperate part of Sakura had hoped that she would run into Sasuke somewhere, somehow, because maybe none of this ever happened. Maybe Sasuke was still out there scheming with Orochimaru and the sound attack and the time travel mission were just parts of a horrible dream. But, of course, they weren't. It was time for her to acknowledge and learn to cope with his loss. As much as the very thought of doing so terrified and hurt her. Because as a ninja and a young woman, Sakura simply couldn't spend the rest of her days freezing at a moment's notice, shutting down suitable, nice men, or wishing she could drink more on her missions to help her forget. Her thoughts were scrambled, her sleep was disturbed, her hands trembled, and her reflexes were intense and nonsensical. This was who she was now. And she needed to learn to live with being the person the time travel mission had made her. Upon her return to the inn, Sakura pulled out a pen and a fresh scroll and began writing a short letter addressed her mentor, the Leaf Village's Hokage. She noted down a few status updates that had resulted from her work in the past few villages. And at the end of the letter, she added, "We won't be more than 2 months. I request a meeting between you, me, and Team 7 as soon as I return." As anticipated, 2 months later, Sakura felt she and I.M. had reached a point of saturation in their work. After conducting assessments and leading workshops at all of their destinations, along with making short follow-up visits at smaller villages in need of extra guidance, the two medical ninjas found themselves en route to Konoha. This journey marked the longest period of time that Sakura had been away from home, nearly half a year. Her pale, pink hair had grown a couple of inches past her shoulders, and her legs were as toned as they'd ever been after spending so much time afoot. Sakura certainly hadn't forgotten her note to Tsunade and her internal vow to finally tell her closest friends the full and complete truth. And a few days before her return, she was pleasantly surprised to receive a letter reminding her of the occasion from Naruto. His letter detailed the time and place for Team 7's mandatory drinks as demanded by Tsunade on her behalf. Mandatory drinks, Sakura thought with a smirk. That's not quite the meeting environment I had in mind, but it will do. Sakura knew that a small, intimate get-together was the best way to come clean about her time travel mission. Much like that time in her second life when she confessed she was a time traveler in Naruto's hospital chamber, this information sharing would be controlled and directly to the only people who needed to know it. And, best of all, having them all in one place meant she only needed to tell the story once. Despite her eagerness to see her teammates and mentor again, Sakura felt a wave of unsettlement as the village gates came into sight. Because as much as she'd grown more accustomed to the empty, hollow void in her heart, there was no telling how she would handle being grounded in the place that pulled at her heartstrings more than anywhere else in the world. Will the memories be unbearable? Have I been away long enough? And also, she wondered if confiding in her teammates would have the relieving effect she hoped it would, or if this whole thing would backfire and she'd end up worse off. Well, there was no turning back now. Sakura and I.M. made a beeline for Tsunade's office, where they provided their report, parted ways, and Tsunade reminded Sakura of their mandatory meeting that evening. "Naruto has been talking my ear off for days," Tsunade grumbled while folding her arms across her chest and leaning back in her chair. "This better be a damn good meeting you've got planned if I'm going out of my way for it." "Pfft," Sakura huffed. "You'd show up for anything with drinks involved." She turned away. "And I promise not to disappoint." By the time Sakura had made her routine post-mission stop at her parents' house to let them know she was in one piece, returned to her apartment to shower and change, and devoured a takeout meal, it was nightfall. Sakura hadn't felt like rooting through her dusty closet for something to wear, so instead she threw on the only clean outfit in her packed black combat pants and a black, sleeveless shirt. She tied her hair up loosely and messily because she wasn't quite sure what to do with hair this length, strapped on her weapon and medical pouches, and took off for the rendezvous. When she arrived at the designated pub, the stars were out, the street lights had flicked on and were emitting a soft, warm light on the familiar dirt roads, and Naruto, Kakashi, and Tsunade were already there. And they were a bottle of sake in, by the look of it. Sakura-chan. Naruto cried at the sight of her before leaping across the entire table and engulfing her in a spine-snapping hug. Their reunion was brief but just as heartfelt as she imagined it would be. She couldn't suppress her smile when Kakashi offered her a lazy wave and Tsunade raised her glass. Going out of her way, indeed, Sakura thought with a smirk. There were 2 empty seats and 2 empty cups at their table. When's Sai showing up? Sakura asked while easing herself into one of the chairs. Naruto had just ordered a round of drinks for everyone, which marked a particularly special occasion, given how frugal the freeloader usually was. He's out on a mission, Naruto answered with an apologetic wince. His blue eyes were gleaming in the dim pub lighting. Well, that's not your fault, Sakura said with a shrug. She reached for the fresh bottle and began filling her own cup. So, when's Hinata showing up, then? She added with a teasing smile and nodding towards the empty chair on her right. What do you mean? Naruto asked while pounding a fist on the table, his face flushed. Sakura knew the amusement was written all over her features. Something had surely sparked between those two in the wake of Pain's assault, and she was particularly entertained by this because the same thing happened in her second life. Naruto's got a lady friend? Hell must have frozen over, Tsunade grumbled while swirling around her glass. Kakashi snorted, Sakura giggled, and Naruto started dishing out all sorts of insults at the village's Hokage. Pleasant, friendly talking ensued and Sakura felt her nerves relax slightly, though not enough for her to forget why she had initiated this gathering in the first place. When they were on their second round of drinks, well, third for the other 3, and Tsunade and Kakashi were in the midst of a light-natured debate over who would greet the soon-to-be visiting delegates, they were both trying to pan off the task to the other person. Sakura cleared her throat. From a combination of the atmosphere and the alcohol, she figured now was as good a time as any to get down to business. Don't you guys want to hear about my trip? She asked when their eyes were on her. She figured describing why she had gone on the trip in the first place would be a good segue into her story. But then Naruto did the most uncharacteristic thing Sakura swore she'd ever seen him do. He checked a pocket watch with his eyebrows scrunched together. And then, after doing so, he turned to Kakashi and the 2 of them exchanged a nod. Sakura gaped at the pair of them, wondering if there was something she had missed, and when she looked to Tsunade for support, said woman averted her eyes to the table. What? Sakura asked. Okay. I've gotta tell you something, Sakura-chan, Naruto said slowly, his voice lowering into a serious tone. He was staring at her with wide eyes. A flicker of guilt crossed his features. Sakura frowned as the ambience shifted to something more somber. But then it occurred to her that perhaps this was a mood she ought to capitalize on. Well, I've got something even bigger to tell you, Naruto. All of you, actually, she said and feeling triumphant for no real reason. Tsunade met her gaze briefly, Kakashi raised his eyebrows, and Naruto's face scrunched up in concentration. I find that hard to believe it, her teammate mused. Sakura chuckled at his typical antics. I'll admit that it's quite a story. So I can't blame you if you really don't believe me, honestly. Tsunade's amber eyes were trained on her. I'll believe you, she said. Sakura smirked and took another swig from her glass. She must know what this is going to be about. She must. So would I. Sakura stopped dead at the sound of the incoming voice behind her, from somewhere near the entrance of the pub. She sucked back her sake in a single, hard swallow as her throat constricted. She knew the voice. But there was no way in hell she could be hearing it. The others were staring past her, towards the newcomer, with expectant yet unalarmed expressions. And then, bravely, despite the stutter in her mind and heart, Sakura looked over her shoulder. And surely enough, near the entryway and adorned in dark colors, commanding the attention of everyone in the vicinity with an intense, crackling chakra signature, was. Sakura opened her mouth and closed it again, her vision swimming in and out of focus, because it just couldn't be. You screwed up the timing, but I'm glad you showed up, bastard. Naruto chimed in, and nearly sending Sakura toppling to the floor. She cast him a look of utter horror. And then Tsunade snickered. Snickered. Sakura redirected her gaze to her mentor. What the hell? Sasuke Uchiha approached their table, as sure-footedly as she remembered him being, tall and broad-shouldered, a little gaunt and sunken around the eyes, not looking anywhere near her, and, above all else, most certainly alive. Panic filled Sakura's chest. Because this wasn't supposed to be happening, this couldn't be happening. Sasuke was dead. And if not dead, an enemy at the very least. What was going on? And what is with, why is everyone? You're late, Kakashi murmured and quirking an eyebrow towards the new arrival. The tension broke however slightly when Naruto added with a sneer, I never thought I'd hear you say that to someone else, sensei. That was when Sasuke, whose presence Sakura simply couldn't wrap her mind around, pulled back the chair beside her and eased himself onto it with a sigh. And like he'd sat on a lever, Sakura sprang to her feet, nearly knocking her own chair down in the process. She stood there, dumbfounded and breathing heavily, looking around at the others for acknowledgement that this situation was really happening and wasn't in her head, but to her surprise and great unsettlement, they were all watching her with weary looks. Tsunade's eyes were flicking between them all with her jaw clenched, like she was waiting for something explosive to happen. Her caution was warranted. The cup in Sakura's hand shattered. Sasuke, who had been reaching for the bottle, froze in his tracks. A nervous hush fell over the table. But Sakura couldn't care less. What is going on here? She snarled, an electrified chakra coursing through her veins. She felt a flash of satisfaction when their nonplussed expressions shifted to something like shock. Sasuke rested his elbows on the table and pinched the bridge of his nose. I take it, you didn't tell her, Naruto? He growled. Is this some kind of joke? She hissed. Sakura's chakra was turbulent, shaking the infrastructure of the pub and sending glasses tumbling from the counters and shelves. Worried stares were cast in their direction from across the bar and Naruto even got to his feet, looking like he was preparing to dive across the table to restrain her. You all knew about this? That he was. Sasuke returned 2 months ago, Kakashi explained in a signature bored tone that masked any emotion he was actually feeling. He spent most of that time behind bars. And given your absence, we've had no opportunity to. That's bullshit, Sakura snapped, rudely interrupting her sensei, her eyes flying to Tsunade. You could have written. But Tsunade was already shaking her head. Letters are too easily intercepted. The last thing we needed were pitchforks on our doorstep while we were sorting out what to do with him ourselves, she explained. Sasuke Uchiha is not a particularly liked person, she added as if the object of the discussion wasn't sitting directly across from her, a blank expression plastered on his face. But then, today. Why didn't you tell me about this when I saw you earlier? Sakura tried and waving an accusatory finger in her mentor's direction. It wasn't the time, Tsunade answered. Nor was it my place. Then Naruto, who looked like he'd been run over by Choji's human boulder jutsu, said rather hopelessly, we thought this would be a nice surprise. Sakura's breaths were coming out in short bursts. Her eyes were darting from one person to another, confusion rippling through her. Tears welled up in her eyes. Because she felt betrayed, relieved, like the world had turned upside down, and like she was about to pass out. Sakura turned on her heel and stalked out of the pub, trampling through the shards of her shattered cup and her hands shaking violently. This isn't real, she thought while ignoring her dizziness and nausea. I just need some space to reorient myself, to start this night over. But much to Sakura's dismay, not 30 seconds after she was outside on the dark, quiet street, lit by nothing but the street lamps and the dim moonlight, she detected another presence leave the bar behind her. And Sakura knew exactly who it was before she spun around to face him. Sasuke's face was pointedly blank, though there was some caution written across it. Sakura was feeling far too panicked to observe any more of him than that. She was too focused on his steady approach. She took a shaky step back, pulled her hands together into a hand sign, closed her eyes, and shouted Kai. Her voice caught slightly. Sakura tried again and again because she needed to escape this torturous illusion. This isn't real. I killed him. Sakura, came Sasuke's voice at an even closer distance, and Sakura continued backing away, now at a faster pace. Kai. She shouted again. Something about Sasuke's movements became more frustrated, more urgent, and that was when he took one step too far. Sakura flinched profusely and fired a kunai at his throat. Sasuke deflected the weapon with one of his own in the nick of time with a ringing clang. His eyebrows furrowed in frustration. Do you ever work on your reflexes? He snapped, his voice rising. Sakura froze in her tracks after taking one more tiny step backwards and finding herself near the wall of a neighboring building. Sasuke also paused, halting his pursuit. After a moment of staring at him in utter disbelief, Sakura found her words. You were dead. I killed you, she breathed as she lowered her trembling hand slightly. It might have been a trick of the moonlight, but the briefest flicker of relief appeared in his dark eyes. Sasuke took another step forward, his hands in his pockets this time. Almost, he said quietly and watching Sakura carefully, like he was waiting for something. A momentary spike of curiosity drew Sakura a little closer to him. She scanned his face, noticing the familiar features: his straight nose, arched eyebrow, mused hair, set jaw, and his mouth graced with the slightest frown, but she found nothing menacing there. No, instead, there was something else, and it was something that wasn't entirely unfamiliar. Sakura bravely circled her former teammate like she was examining an untamed animal, and meanwhile, Sasuke maintained his relaxed stance and followed her movements with his gaze, still waiting, like he was giving her the pieces to assemble. Then Sakura found herself standing in front of Sasuke again, gaping up at him at attention because she was still quite certain that none of this was real, but some part of her still wondered, still asked, who are you? There was a pause. A long one. And then Sasuke said, his voice even and low. His eyes surveyed her with an encouraging stare and something else. Something like wonder, maybe. How can I believe you? Sakura asked next, doubt rising in her. How do I know Tsunade-sama or Orochimaru or anyone didn't just put you up to this? Sasuke was silent for a long moment while they watched each other. The less trusting side of Sakura was sizing him up in case things turned sour. But then there was a ghost of a smirk on Sasuke's lips, like there was something funny about what she had said. He took another step forward until he was very close. Sakura's heart was drumming frantically, but this time, she didn't flinch away. You owe me too. Sakura stared at him entirely blankly. Why would I owe you anything? Then, Sasuke said, because I won a bet. Chapter 41, Picking up the threads. Sakura opened her mouth, a retaliation on the tip of her tongue, before she processed Sasuke's words and closed her mouth again. It can't be. Sakura-chan. An incoming voice pulled her attention away from the object of her emotional turmoil and her eyes landed on Naruto racing out of the pub, his face flushed and his stride even less coordinated than usual. Sakura tried to focus on her amusement over Naruto's tipsiness instead of her thrumming heart. Naruto skidded to a halt so abruptly that he nearly slammed right into her. Sakura-chan, he repeated when they were face to face, his blue eyes wide and his alcohol-scented breaths heavy. I'm sorry. I didn't want it to be like that. He swallowed before side-eyeing their dark-haired counterpart and lowering his voice. I'll get rid of him, if you want. Or beat him up. Sasuke, who could hear everything Naruto was saying, cleared his throat and frowned. It's fine, Naruto, Sakura said, and forcing a smile though her lips were trembling. This is just a lot to process. Her eyes met Sasuke's briefly. Her heart jumped and his blank expression was impossible to decipher. Well, this is a happy surprise, right? Naruto asked and raising his eyebrows at the both of them. Somehow, his actions were even more animated than usual. Because we're Team 7 and we're friends. He slid an arm around Sakura's back and before she quite knew what was happening, she was being dragged back towards the pub. Hurry up, bastard, Naruto snapped over his shoulder. Yeah, Sasuke grumbled and following suit with his hands shoved in the pockets of his dark pants. Sakura spared Sasuke another fleeting, wide-eyed glance before fixing her eyes on their destination. This was all too perfect, too relaxed. It felt as if she had been transported back to her original life as a genin, before Sasuke left, before their lives fell apart, like some cruel trick of her imagination. There must be a catch. She wasn't through with Sasuke yet but realized that with Naruto and the others around, now wasn't the time for an interrogation about which Sasuke he was. You were about to tell us a story, Sakura-chan? Naruto prompted as he pushed through the entrance. Sakura considered his question. With her mind flooded with new speculations, she realized she wasn't quite ready to pick up where she left off in the pub. You want to hear about my trip, you mean? She asked, redirecting her blonde teammate's attention. Taking a trip down memory lane to recount the story of her time travel mission suddenly had less appeal. Because, it seemed, the story wasn't over yet. When Sakura described her long journey abroad, back under the dim pub lights, sitting around a small table with her teammates and mentor, she stuck to the positives. Thankfully, no one questioned her about the big news she had been so adamant to divulge previously. Perhaps they figured she had enough news to digest herself. Or maybe they were one too many drinks in to remember. You got to see Gaara and Tazuna? Gosh, why didn't you take me along, Sakura-chan? Naruto whined. What makes you think they'd want to see you? Tsunade cut in, her cheeks stained red and a devilish smirk plastered on her painted lips. As anticipated, Naruto fell into a fit of rage in response to her remark. Kakashi snorted. And Sasuke chuckled. Sakura startled at the deep, rather unfamiliar sound, nearly tipping over her glass of water. Yes, she had switched her wine for water. With how the night was playing out, she figured she'd better cling to whatever shred of sanity she had left. Sasuke didn't talk much as the night progressed. He merely nodded or offered characteristic monosyllabic sounds like tisk and hn. His lack of engagement didn't calm Sakura any, however. In fact, it was precisely his silence coupled with awkward accidental encounters, such as her leg bumping into his when she got up for the bathroom, and the several occasions where their eyes met, that made the tension unbearable. I am going insane, Sakura thought while peering cautiously at Sasuke for what must have been the 20th time, who was listening to something Naruto was saying across the table. There was no mistaking the way his eyebrows arched, his dark hair was mused effortlessly, though it was maybe a little longer than Sakura remembered, or the way his lips curved into a classic frown. He was taller, more handsome, albeit gaunt around the edges, and had a more commanding presence, his chakra signature more potent and more menacing than Sakura was used to. The man beside her was most certainly Sasuke Uchiha in his late teenage years, the man who had waged war on Konoha and was dead at Sakura's feet less than a year earlier. This isn't real. When they all parted ways for the night, Sakura knew she wasn't through with Sasuke. But by the time she had finished thanking Tsunade for covering her tab, he had already vanished. Do you want me to walk you home? Naruto asked while slapping his hand on her shoulder, a polite but rather useless offer to one of the strongest female ninjas in the Land of Fire. I'm fine, thanks, Sakura replied. You sure you don't need someone to walk you home, Naruto? She added while eyeing the sway in his stance with a coy smile. He spat his tongue out in response to which Sakura rolled her eyes. Hey, thanks for rounding everyone up for this. I appreciate it, Sakura said. Well, we missed you, he replied while fondly punching her on the arm. And I know tonight was weird. But things are looking up for us now, Sakura-chan. He's really back, you know. I can feel it. She nodded. Or maybe he never really left. Sakura was determined to hunt down her former teammate before she returned to her flat for what would surely be an utterly sleepless night. It was late and cold outside, but Sakura was running on the most electric, energizing reserves of adrenaline that she had ever felt in either of her lives. She ran her hands along her bare arms, cursing her choice of a black, sleeveless top instead of a sweater, and paused to gain her bearings. Instinctively, Sakura roamed in the direction of the Uchiha compound, but only when she arrived and found the premises entirely vacant and boarded up did it occur to her that she hadn't a clue where Sasuke Uchiha was staying the night. Assuming he was staying in Konoha at all. She never got around to asking about the details of his recent release from prison, mostly because she had spent so much of the night preoccupied with making her ogling less obvious. And assuming that he was indeed alive and that the evening's events weren't figments of Sakura's imagination. Growing frustrated, Sakura jogged through the village, past the academy, the Hokage Tower, and other common landmarks that her ex-teammate might be hanging around. It was during her scour of the dark, eerily quiet training grounds that Sakura was briefly distracted from her search. In the distance, there lay a familiar graveyard. She slowed her stride and approached, while tucking away a stray strand of hair that had slipped out of her messy updo. Raw curiosity pulled her between the tombstones, her gloveless fingers tracing the rough concrete as she passed, until she arrived at a familiar plot. With scarce moonlight to illuminate the tombstone, the words etched into it were difficult to make out. But she didn't need to read it to know that an unknown person with an unknown story now lay here, in the very plot where Rock Lee once did. Sakura gazed at the stone through the darkness, her green eyes gleaming with interest and some other emotion that she couldn't quite place. That was when she detected a presence. Her heart leapt as she whipped her head in the direction of the chakra signature that she somehow hadn't noticed sooner, just as Sasuke Uchiha's shadowy figure came into view. He glanced at her, and Sakura finally properly noted just how tall he was. The top of her head barely reached his jaw. Then his dark eyes were pulled towards the tombstone on the plot they were standing and lingered there for a moment. He smartly kept a cautious distance from Sakura, who was torn between pinning him down until he answered her hundreds of questions and making a break for it in case this was a trap. But Sakura found herself unable to move as Sasuke's presence took over his slow breaths, his menacing yet familiar chakra, his tired, unwavering stare at the tombstone before them. This man was one of the most powerful and dangerous ninjas the world had ever known, the man who killed Itachi Uchiha, who haunted Sakura's nightmares. And now Sakura was completely alone with him save the starlight peeking through heavy clouds. And yet, maybe, just maybe, this was the same Sasuke who she knew mere months ago, in another world. But how could that be? Sakura found that, despite having spent half the night trying to find him, she suddenly hadn't a clue what to say. Sasuke broke the silence. Naruto should have told you, he said quietly. There was an uncharacteristic reservation in his deep voice. It was still deeper than Sakura was used to. Like he was treading on thin ice. His hands were resting in the pockets of his dark pants. Sakura rubbed the goosebumps on her arms to keep her own hands occupied. And then she said, bravely, who passed the Chunin exams? She felt Sasuke look at her with surprise, but she didn't turn his way. When we were kids? He asked. Sakura nodded. Nara, Sasuke answered. Shikamaru Nara. Sakura's chest tightened. Oh. I was wrong. He still. But then. We did too. Her mind spluttered to a dizzying halt. You, remember both? She breathed and feeling some confusing mixture of wanting to put her guard up higher but also let it slip. There, parallel memories, he said softly. Sasuke looked at her for a moment, like there was something else he wanted to say, before shaking his head and lowering himself onto the grass. Driven by her ever-growing curiosity, Sakura followed suit and moved into a daring, defenseless stance on the ground beside her former teammate, though her hand didn't stray far from her weapon pouch. What do you mean? She prodded. How is that possible? She tried to keep a neutral front because she still didn't quite believe what she was hearing. Sasuke relaxed his position a little, bending one of his knees and resting an arm on it. You told me once how your memories were preserved across time. Sakura nodded slowly. Regenerative chakra, she answered, that Tsunade-sama transferred to me before my first trip to the past. Once I unlocked my seal, I relied on my own regenerative chakra instead. She also gave me some of that chakra before I went forward in time with you. Which explains why you survived the trip, Sakura added. Sasuke nodded. Yeah, I think so. Combined with a glitch, I bet. I don't think the scroll was designed to support two people time traveling at once. Pursing her lips and resting her chin on her thumb and forefinger, Sakura noted, but that doesn't explain how your minds connected to the same body. She couldn't help noticing how casually they were speaking with each other, like they were old friends. And maybe they were, but Sakura wasn't certain of that yet. Sasuke shrugged. This is just speculation, but I think I know. He spoke the words slowly with a trace of hesitation. Something shifted in Sakura's mind, her fear fading into something more like cautious empathy. She let her eyes roam over him, noticing his paleness, his tiredness, and the way he was clenching and unclenching his hands. She could tell he had never voiced these thoughts to anyone before. When my selves were together, I knew I was dying. My chakra was expelling too fast to control. Then I had an idea to try pooling all of the resources I had left to save oneself. Sakura stared at him, her lips parted, shocked by his disclosure. I remembered what you taught me, he continued, during our last few days on my family's lake. Flashes of memories entered Sakura's mind then, hazy images of finding Sasuke alone on the dock, grappling with his fast-approaching death, lying on the lake in a cascade of colliding ripples, the sensation of flying, crying into the shower tiles, the yellowish lanterns of Sasuke's balcony, his arms holding her close, the tears in her hair. Sakura's breathing hitched. Chakra transfer, she whispered. You transferred your chakra to your other self to this body. But not just my chakra. She paused to digest his words, while squeezing a fistful of cold, damp grass to steady her hand. You transferred Tsunade's chakra to your other self. Do you think that's what preserved your memories? It's the best theory I've got, Sasuke said. He glanced at her. She said. The theory held some promise. Of what she'd learned from the fMRI scans of her own head, regenerative chakra influenced the hippocampus, the memory center of the brain. After a pensive pause, her defensiveness faded slightly more. So. I know you have both sets of memories, but which memories feel like they're yours? He looked at her again. The Sasuke who traveled through time with me or Orochimaru's apprentice? As she said the words aloud, the absurdity of the situation weighed on her, of the cascading effect of every decision she had ever made and of the utter impossibility of this twist in the rules of time. Well, Sasuke mused. My older self mostly. I've lived that life longer. He stopped for a moment and readjusted his legs. But the other memories are fresher. Sort of like I went off on a mission too, I guess. Hard hammering, boldly, Sakura prodded further. Then who do you feel like? She asked. It might have been a trick of the starlight, but Sakura thought she saw a ghost of a smirk on his lips. It's all kind of blurring together. He turned towards her again. But maybe, they weren't all that different from each other. It was the first time Sasuke's eyes didn't stray from hers all night. Sakura wasn't quite sure what to make of what he said and became quite conscious of the way his dark irises were drifting across her face, reading her like a book just like they used to. Sakura began to notice some familiar things in his older, sharper features: the curves of his lips, the straightness of his nose, the rims around his pupils, the arches of his eyebrows. She felt her heart beat more steadily, like a strong, grounding drum, because she was beginning to see him, the Sasuke of her second life and the Sasuke of her first life many, many years ago, all at once. Something dawned on her then. That maybe the Sasuke of her second life wasn't just the Sasuke who could have been, but was the Sasuke who always was. Sakura pulled her eyes away to catch her breath. Her mind was still brimming with questions, but before she managed to voice any more, she was interrupted by the reverberating rumble of a distant thunderclap. They glanced skywards and noticed the obscurance of the stars, their ever-darkening surroundings, and, right on cue, the first of the raindrops fell and a harsh light flashed over the surrounding forest. I didn't realize a storm was rolling in, Sakura observed as the rain grew thicker. Combined with the coldness of the night air, Sakura felt herself shiver. Let's go somewhere, Sasuke said and getting to his feet. My flat is nearby, Sakura offered before she could think twice about it. She sprang up and began to jog, soon taking to the rooftops with Sasuke on her tail. They just missed the worst of the storm. Though they certainly were sopping from head to toe, the relentless downpour only began a few moments after they scrambled through the threshold to the dry, narrow entryway of Sakura's flat. Her mind was in a total tizzy as she fought her hand tremors to switch on the light. First of all, this was the first night in months that Sakura was actually in Konoha. She was hardly used to being in this flat of hers at all, having only returned to this life not long before she left for her medical tour. And to top it off, Sasuke Uchiha, whose death she had played a hand in and whose death she was certain she had witnessed was, in fact, alive. Alive and with the memories of their experiences in her second life intact. You moved out, he observed. Sakura jerked her head in the direction of her former teammate to find him towering close to the door, his dark eyes roving the hallway carefully. He seemed awkwardly out of place, his ominous chakra signature changing the feel of the air, and his black traveling cloak dripping all over the floral doormat. Water droplets clung to the pale skin of his face, and his dark, wet hair was resuming some of its natural, unruly spike. Sakura swallowed. Yeah, she said, and noting how strange as it was to see him in her flat, his presence didn't clash quite as much as it did with her parents' house, which was decorated with lace doilies and polished tea sets. Sakura's flat, on the other hand, was littered with open books, unlaundered clothing, and weapons needing polishing. Sakura let out a shaky chuckle. It isn't much, she continued, and wishing she had taken a few minutes to tidy up before heading to the pub. Just a one-bedroom flat. But it's enough for me. There was no reason for her to keep talking, but she did. I have a couch though, so when I have guests over, if you need somewhere to stay, I could take the couch, and you could. Wait, stop. She faltered and turned away, feeling her stomach flipping and her cheeks burning. You idiot. He's an ex-international criminal who's supposed to be dead. Sakura thought furiously. How was inviting him to stay the night in any way a good idea? Ex-criminal status aside, Sakura found herself even more concerned about weirding him out. Thankfully, Sasuke didn't make a break for it, nor did he seem alarmed or surprised by her hurried offer. Instead, he simply lifted an eyebrow and said, "You've spent enough time on couches. I'll take it." Sakura's heart fluttered at the familiar reference. Well, you're the guest, she mumbled, and she tried to laugh, but the sound came out a bit more like a whimper. Feeling flustered and nervous, Sakura pushed her dripping hair away from her face and began toeing off her sandals, preparing to put as much space between them as she possibly could. Can I get you a towel? A tea? She offered while motioning to stride to the kitchen. That was when Sasuke caught her wrist, freezing Sakura in her tracks. She looked at him over her shoulder, feeling her heart hammer in her chest, like prey trapped by a predator. But something held her in place, stopped her from wrenching her hand away. Sakura, Sasuke said quietly, his shoes still on and his eyes boring into hers with some kind of urgency. He released a sigh. Relax, he said. Please. And then, ever so bravely, she faced Sasuke and stood still. Breathed in. Breathed out. She watched his dark, distressed eyes as they scanned her face. His grip tightening around her wrist, silencing the tremors. He inched nearer to her, testing the waters, slowly as if not to startle her away. Fearlessly, disbelievingly, Sakura remained still, transfixed. She inhaled. Exhaled. Swallowed. After many long moments, Sakura finally found her words. I missed you, she breathed, and she was surprised that the words came out broken and that hot tears were suddenly spilling from her lower eyelids. It seemed these words were all it took to shatter an invisible barrier, and Sakura hardly had a chance to release a gasp by the time Sasuke's arms were wrapped around her torso, and her arms around his neck. Sakura found her hands wandering though, from Sasuke's shoulders, to the hair at the base of his head, to the fabric at his back, like she couldn't afford to leave any part of him untouched, like she was trying, desperately, to confirm with her bare hands that this was real, that he was here and within her reach. I missed you, she thought, over and over. His heart was beating quickly against her collarbone, and Sakura's own heart swelled at the steady, comforting testimony to Sasuke's existence. Then, against her neck, Sasuke hissed, quietly, "You never will again." What came next was a blur, because one moment Sakura was hugging Sasuke in her hallway, and the next he was pinning her to the wall with one hand in her hair, and the other palm tracing her spine, while Sakura's trembling hands cupped Sasuke's face, her lips pressing against the line of his jaw between raspy, hurried breaths. Only when Sasuke's breathing caught did she pause, coming to grips with herself and the unimaginable situation she was in. Feeling her stomach flip and her face darken with embarrassment and confusion, she whispered a small, "I'm sorry. Is this moving too fast?" Sasuke shifted back and lifted his eyebrows. Sakura made to retreat, but Sasuke's hand on her hip kept her in place. Her eyes flew back to his to find that he was shaking his head. "I think," he said softly but unwaveringly, "I think this is where we left off." He said it like a statement, but Sakura detected the undertones of a question, a request for permission. The debate over who would take the couch that night was quite an easy one after all, with neither Sasuke nor Sakura having any interest in it. Sakura found herself smiling against his mouth, which felt hauntingly familiar against hers, and wondered, as she had before, in another lifetime, how the skin of a person who breathed fire could feel so cold. 2 months passed, at which point Sasuke and Sakura had stumbled into something of a honeymoon phase along with the rest of Team 7. Anticipating that they would need to go their separate ways to tend to their respective duties in the very near future, they spent every waking minute together sparring, eating out, and sometimes just sitting around in the warmth of the afternoon sun just like the old days. Naturally, over time, others began noticing that something was happening between Sasuke and Sakura. At first, the two of them tried their best to hide it and keep things civil, professional even, while in the presence of others. After all, Sasuke's return to the Leaf Village had roused confusion among many of the villagers. Without a clear explanation for why he had returned or much evidence that he wouldn't abandon the village again, most people were rightfully skeptical of his welcoming. And how odd it would seem if the head of Konoha's hospital were caught cozying up to this untrustworthy figure so soon after his pardoning. Despite their best efforts, however, their relationship became harder to hide as the days stretched on, particularly in the case of their ever-watchful sensei, Kakashi Hatake. Sakura wasn't sure if it was because of the time he caught Sasuke and Sakura leaving her flat together before training, or the time he spotted Sakura resting her head on Sasuke's shoulder when they didn't realize Kakashi would actually show up on time for a rendezvous, or if it had to do with how their parting hug seemed to last the longest, but one day, Kakashi snuck up behind them, ruffled their hair, and said, "How long did you think you could hide this from me?" Sakura turned towards him, her face stained a similar hue as her hair, while Sasuke shot a menacing glare at their sensei, likely in response to the hair ruffling. Whatever do you mean?" Sakura stammered. To her great mortification, Kakashi merely gestured towards the little book poking out of his weapon pouch while wiggling his eyebrows. She couldn't look him in the eye for weeks after that. After what felt like an eternity of biting her tongue, changing the subject, and fabricating alibis, Sakura finally sort of let it slip to her best friend, Ino Yamanaka, just what had been going on with her and a certain ex-criminal since her return from her journey abroad. Thankfully, Ino took the news just fine, though she couldn't help adding over the tea she was drinking on the bench across from Sakura in the hospital cafeteria, "You win, forehead." Ino smirked slyly at her use of a nickname she hadn't used in what must have felt like a lifetime. In Sakura's case, on the other hand, the nickname didn't feel quite so historical. Unsurprisingly, it didn't take long for the gossip to spread once Ino got a hold of this juicy tidbit of information. None of Sakura's friends' responses came as much of a surprise to her. For instance, Shikamaru expressed an outright disinterest in the affair unless Uchiha decides to do something stupid, and Rock Lee bestowed his approval on them with a watery smile and a half-hearted thumbs up. Inevitably, Sakura and Sasuke soon realized they would have to break the news to Naruto. It was a surprise that he seemed unaware of the rumors, and as their best friend, they figured he ought to be told the news properly, in person. One quiet afternoon, while Sakura was reading on her couch and Sasuke sharpening a kunai on the floor nearby, they chatted about the matter. Lazy afternoons like this had become a rare occurrence, with Sakura's responsibilities at the hospital resuming their usual, all-consuming pace, and Sasuke's community reintegration program, a term coined by Tsunade, leaving him with hardly a minute to himself on most days. He never complained about this, though. "What should we say?" Sakura asked without moving her gaze from the book in her hands. She was wearing light, summery training attire, with her freshly trimmed hair falling an inch above her shoulders. "I don't want him to freak out." Sasuke, who was wearing black civilian clothes and wasn't much of a words person, offered, "Maybe he'll figure it out on his own like Kakashi did. Then we don't have to say anything." But Sakura rolled her eyes. "Naruto probably wouldn't figure it out unless we literally made out in front of him." Sasuke glanced at her over his shoulder, his eyebrows raised. "His reaction would be priceless," he said, and failing to hide the mischievous glint in his eye. This earned him a prompt punch on the shoulder. Ultimately, they decided to break it to their dear friend over ramen at his favorite restaurant, Ichiraku. The familiar atmosphere coupled with his favorite dish might put him in a good mood, they reasoned. Still, his reaction to the news was a bit of an emotional one. "What? There's no way!" he cried while waving an accusing finger in Sasuke's face and nearly knocking his bowl of steaming ramen to the floor. Sakura stared at Naruto through pleading eyes while Sasuke focused intently on his own bowl. "Does that mean I'm third wheeling now?" "That's so lame." "I think you already were," Kakashi chimed in. He was never invited to lunch, but when he found out about it, Sakura figured he only came along because he knew he'd get a kick out of Naruto's reaction. "You've got to be kidding me!" Naruto exclaimed dramatically while rubbing his face. He exhaled deeply before settling himself back onto his stool. "Well, there'd better be no funny business when I'm around, you hear me, bastard? And no holding hands unless I can get in on it too." In contrast to whatever Naruto had convinced himself, however, in no time, everything went perfectly back to normal, save a bit of extra teasing. Speaking with Naruto was a reminder that a couple more formal disclosures were in order. "How are your parents doing?" Sasuke asked Sakura one evening over dinner. They decided to eat out at a dingy restaurant in a quiet, residential part of the village. Only once before had they been to this spot, a time that only the two of them could have ever known about. Sakura's eyes met his. "They're fine," she said, her heart rate quickening. She'd told her parents about Sasuke, of course, but they hadn't properly met him, not in this life, at least. "Do you think they'd still have me over? Even now?" Sasuke asked. Sakura averted her gaze to conceal the blooming smile and the giddiness that was surely written all across her face. "I'm sure that a reintroduction could be arranged," she said. Their formal disclosure to Tsunade had been the most difficult one of all, especially for Sasuke, who'd nearly had his wrist broken in a handshake and was only dismissed from the Hokage's office after receiving 16 gruesome death threats. As it happened, Tsunade had never spoken a word of the time travel mission to anyone. It was only 2 years after it ended that any mention of the mission was made at all, when Sakura chalked up the nerve to approach Tsunade about treating her post-traumatic stress. Sakura had realized that the tremor in her hands might not ever fade, but she learned ways to adapt, to manage her reflexes and her intrusive thoughts through a combination of cognitive behavioral therapy and medication. As a person who poured her heart and soul into healing others, it had taken quite the spark of bravery for Sakura to finally acknowledge that she too needed a hand. Surprisingly, Sakura found that she had never felt as empowered as she did after this admission. On the nights they found themselves home together, she and Sasuke took their medications at the same time, like a toast to the world they left behind, the world that fell apart, the world that saved this one, and that brought the two of them together. Unfortunately, as the years carried on, they found that war was closer on the horizon than they had once believed. It turned out Kabuto was plotting far greater schemes than any of them could have imagined, and that the curses that haunted the noble Uchiha clan would resurface. Danger befell Naruto anyways, despite their best efforts, with Sasuke getting caught in the fray, though through it all, Team 7 knew where his true allegiances lay. But such was the life of a ninja. If you weren't trying to save the world one way, you were trying to save it in another. Sakura, for one, never saved the world like she might have done if she hadn't taken a leap of faith to end her second life or to cut off her hair when she did. But this, Sakura thought while laying a single, golden daffodil onto the tombstone of a person who she did not know, where a person who she did know might have laid if the ripples had cascaded any differently. This is enough. The end.
Thank you for your views, likes, subscriptions, and overall support of my ongoing efforts to bring great content to all of you. Check out my Patreon for more mature fanfiction. The link is in the description and like everywhere on my channel.